Chapter 436. A beginner upheaval martialist mocked softly. He was a true monarch path freak, a peerless freak of the Sky Fiend clan. He was a disciple of the Chaotic Blood clan, one of the four great monarch path aristocratic families of the Sky Fiend clan. He was different from Yuhua Qingyuan of the Yuhua aristocratic family. His supreme power had been recognized step by step and had not been forcibly injected. Therefore, if they were to fight on the same level, Yuhua Yin would not be his match at all. Among the hundreds of geniuses and freaks present, he was undoubtedly the strongest person. Although he did not know if there was anyone else who could compare to him, there was definitely no one stronger than him here. There was no doubt that after Lu Feng had chosen that spirit master, Lu Feng's status had fallen infinitely in his eyes. The freak that Lu Feng had chosen was slightly stunned. He had not expected that Lu Feng would choose him. However, he recovered after a while. On the surface, he was slightly weaker than Lu Feng. However, if they were to really clash, he had enough confidence. After all, Lu Feng's current identity was an alchemy master. Since you have chosen me, then the freak spoke and was about to walk up. However, before he could walk up, Lu Feng's arm had already moved. Everyone was slightly stunned when they saw this. However, an even louder uproar rose quickly. This Futu is too tasteless. He chose someone else just because he heard that someone else was strong. If that's the case, then just give him a beginner spirit master and let him fight. Trash, trash. How can such an existence be worthy of being called a freak of the era? This is just a joke. I really regret coming here. They are both freaks of the era of the human race. Emperor Lu Feng can challenge heavenly kings who are much stronger than him, but you can only find the weakest ones. The difference is really too big. Countless people were discussing spiritedly. Lu Feng's way of doing things had really disappointed these people. They had come here to watch a battle between the true, monstrous geniuses. After all, in the previous eras, only a few monstrous geniuses had appeared during the War of the Kings. Now that the monstrous geniuses of the epic era were fighting, they naturally went crazy. However, the result made them extremely disappointed. Back then, when the Heavenly King and the Emperor fought, it was said that they fought to the extreme, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. But this time it was so bad. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come. Gradually, one of the spectators stood up and prepared to leave. It was clear that many people around him had the same thought. At the scene, countless people stood up. They did not want to see such a one-sided and meaningless battle. In the hearts of these people, Lu Feng's actions were an insult to the monstrous genius, an insult to the title of monstrous genius. Looking at the scene, the 8 alchemy masters frowned slightly. This was completely different from what they had expected. However, these people still believed in Lu Feng. After all, they could feel that Lu Feng was not such a person. Futu, what are you trying to do? Wang Guoya muttered to himself slowly. Others might not know, but he knew Lu Feng very well. He knew that Lu Feng was not such a person. After all, in addition to the alchemy genius Futu, he was also an emperor. The invincible Emperor Lu Feng who had fought against the Heavenly King and caused the War of the Kings to shake the world. How could such an existence do such a tasteless thing? In the sky, Lu Feng's arm continued to move. After a while, his arm actually drew a circle. Seeing this scene, everyone stopped making a ruckus and looked at Lu Feng doubtfully. They did not know what Lu Feng was trying to do. Finally, Lu Feng's voice slowly rang out amidst the incomparably silent crowd as he stared at the hundreds of monsters. All of you, come at me together. All of you, come at me together. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Feng turned around and walked back to the center of the arena. At this moment, the entire place was silent. It was so quiet that even the slightest sound could spread throughout the entire place. After a long time, another voice rang out slowly. He said to let all of them come at him together. Does he mean that he wants to challenge all of them by himself? They looked at each other in dismay. Even the 8 alchemy grandmasters of the King Realm had a strange expression on their faces. They looked at each other and saw the slight shock in each other's eyes. Previously, They believed that Lu Feng was not the kind of person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to this battle. However, they did not expect that Lu Feng would be so extreme. He actually wanted to challenge all of them by himself. Actually, we should have thought of it. Futu is such a crazy person. Sakura Teja sighed deeply and said slowly. Of all the people present, he was the least surprised. When he saw that Lu Feng had chosen the forbidden pill refinement method to defeat an immortal king, he understood Lu Feng's character. He knew that Lu Feng was a stubborn person who could forget everything for the sake of victory. In other words, he was a crazy person. When they heard Teja's words, they seemed to recall Lu Feng's crazed display of strength that surpassed that of a realm Saint Pill master. These people gently nodded their heads. The entire arena was in an uproar. Everyone looked at each other crazily and discussed incessantly. Before, they'd thought of Lu Feng as a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. But now, Lu Feng's image had changed. He was no longer the same person as before. He was now an arrogant and ignorant person. Is this Futu a lunatic? Or has he been provoked by us? He wants to challenge all of them by himself? Does he think he's an immortal king? They understood that if an immortal king were to challenge all 100 of them, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, an immortal king could control 6 types of supreme power, including immortal power. He was an existence even more terrifying than Emperor Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng had only displayed a strange supreme power. No one had seen his strength before. In addition, Lu Feng was a pill master. In their opinion, Lu Feng had either lost his mind after being provoked by so many existences, or he'd really gone mad. Unlike the spectators, the 100 freaks and geniuses in the sky all had twisted expressions on their faces. They were geniuses and freaks. Although they weren't as famous as Lu Feng, they also had their own pride and glory. Now, when Lu Feng said those words, they felt boundless rage. They felt that their glory and pride had been completely trampled on. Therefore, some of them were so angry that their faces were twisted. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're an unbeatable genius? Even an immortal king wouldn't dare to challenge all of us. You're courting death. A demon-level existence narrowed his eyes. The anger on his face had yet to dissipate completely. His voice was icy. When he finished speaking, the 100 freaks and geniuses agreed with him. Finally, Lu Feng came to a stop after hearing those words. The next moment, he turned around. Lu Feng smiled when he saw the 100 freaks and geniuses. It was a mocking smile. You were the ones who challenged me before. Now that I've given you a chance, you've come up with all kinds of excuses. I'm different from you. You can spend a lot of time provoking me, but I don't have time to waste on you. You should know that I'm not being arrogant by asking you to come with me together. I'm being merciful. The scene was completely silent. At this moment, everyone was looking at Lu Feng with a dumbfounded expression. They didn't expect Lu Feng to say such mocking words at a time like this. I'm really sure. This Futu is crazy. If he's not crazy, how could he say something like that? He's too arrogant. There's no limit to his arrogance. Is he courting death? Such arrogance reminds me of a person I heard that a year ago in the Massacre Abyss, the human race's monstrous genius Emperor Lu Feng did something similar when he was titled the Sky Massacre. He challenged everyone. However, at that time, Emperor Lu Feng's opponents were just ordinary geniuses. Here, they're the top geniuses and freaks. Compared to Emperor Lu Feng, this human race's Futu is much worse. What he's doing now is simply courting death. The voices of the many spectators naturally reached the ears of Lu Feng and the 100 monster-level geniuses. These freaks all had mocking expressions on their faces. They looked at Lu Feng, who had spoken arrogantly just now, with a mocking expression on their faces. Finally, one of the freaks said slowly, I say, you'd better hurry up and choose your opponent. You aren't qualified to challenge all of us. These words clearly received everyone's approval. They all nodded their heads lightly. However, what happened next was a strange scene. After hearing this, Lu Feng actually nodded his head gently as well. Yes, You're right. These people couldn't believe what they were hearing when they heard Lu Feng's words. How could the arrogant lunatic become so weak all of a sudden? This didn't seem right. However, just as these people thought that Lu Feng was really backing down, Lu Feng's voice rang out once again. You're absolutely right. You people are indeed not worthy of me taking action. After all, there are too many useless people here. Their faces were flushed red. Lu Feng's words were too hurtful. They simply couldn't accept it. Finally, a few of the geniuses and freaks couldn't help but make a move. They were the weakest among them. The so-called useless people Lu Feng was referring to were them. Everyone held back their smiles as they watched the scene that was about to unfold in the sky. If Lu Feng wanted to challenge all of them, then there were already close to 10 freaks and geniuses who had made their move. Although their overall strength was the weakest among the 100 people present, their combined strength was still extremely terrifying. Whether Lu Feng was qualified to boast or not would soon be revealed. The speed of the 9 figures was extremely fast. Their strength was the weakest among them. There were monsters and geniuses among them, but they all had one thing in common. Once they unleashed their full combat power, their power was equivalent to that of a beginner perfect stage warrior or a psychic king. The 9 of them made their move in a mighty manner, causing countless violent vibrations in the void. Lu Feng didn't even move in the face of these 9 people's attacks. This scene caused many existences to reveal strange smiles. These people knew very well how a spirit master's killing method worked. It required the outline of an array formation. Therefore, most spirit masters would need a certain amount of time before starting a battle. This was naturally the weakness of a spirit master. However, Lu Feng, who should have been hurriedly sketching the array formation, was just standing there quietly. Everyone was confused by this scene. However, their confusion was completely resolved in the next moment. Qingming's Sky. Chapter 437. He softly spat out 3 words. In the next moment, Lu Feng gently extended his arm. Just like that, under the gazes of hundreds of millions of people, he gently lowered his arm. In the void, an ancient sky appeared. It was invincible, majestic, and unparalleled. Under this sky, everyone felt a kind of pressure on their souls. In the face of such a sky, even the most powerful existences felt small and insignificant. However, in the next moment, the sky fell. Rumble. A terrifying sound shook the heavens and earth. A crack that spanned tens of thousands of miles appeared in the endless sky. This scene was like the end of the world, like the collapse of time and space. Countless existences were terrified and shocked. In the next moment, the brilliance in the sky surged, completely bearing the terrifying pressure of the sky. The audience knew that these were the actions of several alchemy grandmasters. However, those who were enveloped by them were only the spectators. The hundreds of monstrous geniuses were completely suppressed by this sky. After a moment, the sky finally cleared up. Many existences could no longer say anything. This was because they simply could not say anything. Under the protection of the alchemy grandmasters of the Alchemist Alliance, the people below were not affected at all. However, at the last moment, the scene of the sky and earth collapsing still shocked the hearts of these people. The feeling of facing the collapse of the sky made it difficult for them to breathe, and it made their hearts tremble. Without a doubt, this was a peerless shock that made it difficult to describe all the feelings in their hearts. In the sky, many existences stood in their original places. On their faces, there was no longer the mocking and arrogant expression from before. They looked at each other and saw the disbelief and fear in each other's eyes. Lu Feng looked at everything in front of him and gently exhaled. There was a slight change in his expression. Although Lu Feng did not know, he knew that someone had made a move. Someone had changed the rules here, causing those monstrous geniuses' secret treasures to not have any effect. There must be a terrifying existence that helped him change the rules here, causing those treasures to lose their effect. Of course, at the same time, he also lost the protection of those treasures. However, Lu Feng did not care about this at all. This was because he had never relied on those treasures to defeat his opponents. He knew that this time, he was truly invincible in this realm where the laws had been changed. And vaguely, Lu Feng also felt the strangeness of green eminent sky. According to the power of Qingming sky that he displayed outside Qinglan City, within the range of Qingming sky, all the power was equivalent to the strongest attack of a peak-perfect stage martial artist. However, things were different now. Lu Feng hadn't expected that his green netherworld sky power would also improve as he advanced to the peak of a telekinesis grandmaster. This had really crossed a shackle and reached the level of killing of a middle-rank perfect stage martial artist. Although it was only a small increase, it was enough to cause a qualitative change in the power of green firmament sky. It seems that the primitive immortal power in my body has also unintentionally evolved as I advance from the beginner stage to the peak of the great psyche master stage. This kind of evolution was minuscule, but it still happened. Lu Feng was pleasantly surprised. Previously, Lu Feng's killing power was only comparable to the strongest attack of a beginner perfect stage martial artist. That was enough for him to contend with an ordinary high-level perfect stage martial artist. Now, after the evolution, he was even confident that he could superimpose dozens of green eminent sky pieces to suppress a high-level perfect stage martial artist. Lu Feng raised his head and glanced at the people in front of him. When he saw that the green eminent sky had suppressed the evildoers and geniuses who had fainted completely, a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. Ants also dare to shake the heavens. With such strength, you want to challenge me? I really don't know what you were thinking. After saying this, Lu Feng took a step forward and walked to the middle of the ring. At that moment, many people could not say anything about Lu Feng's arrogant words. Previously, when Lu Feng had wanted to challenge all of them by himself, these people had taken it as a joke and thought that Lu Feng had gone crazy. However, now it seemed that he was not crazy. He was just confident. He really had this kind of confidence. The green eminent sky was definitely a terrifying killing power. However, this killing power was nothing to the martialists whose strength was comparable to a high-level perfect stage martial artist. After all, it was just the killing power of a mid-level perfect stage martial artist. They simply did not care. However, what they cared about was Lu Feng's nonchalant attitude, which did not contain the slightest bit of smoke and fire. It was clear that he only reacted after the 9 peerless attacks were about to reach him. Generally speaking, the psychic master would rush to condense his mind power and outline the array formation veins first, while the warrior would make a move at the last moment. However, it was completely the opposite now. The 9 geniuses and evildoers had rushed to make a move first, while Lu Feng had only raised his hand and waved the sky after the killing power had arrived. In the eyes of these geniuses and evildoers, this scene was even more terrifying than the green eminent sky. After all, Lu Feng's actions had already exceeded the level of psychic master. As they watched that calm figure in the ring, many evildoers and geniuses shut their mouth for the first time. At that moment, they finally understood the meaning of being an evildoer of the era. The rest of you can come at me together. Lu Feng's voice was heard again. However, this time it was unusually calm. This time, there were no more mocking voices. Lu Feng's previous attack was enough to prove a lot. Perhaps this kind of strength could not cause any terrifying killing power to a high-level perfect stage martial artist, but had the most terrifying killing power to a high-level perfect stage martial artist. It's a whole sky. In this sky, there's a killing power comparable to a mid-level perfect stage martial artist at any location. It's too terrifying, really too terrifying. For this human Futu, a siege is simply a joke. If he wanted to, he could smash down from the sky. As long as it belonged to his power of extermination, everything would be completely pulverized. I'm afraid that if it weren't for the fact that there were evildoers and geniuses on the ring just now, and if they didn't have enough life-saving artifacts, that attack would have been enough to completely obliterate them. Whispers were heard again. Most of the audience no longer dared to look at Lu Feng with ridicule. They were afraid that Lu Feng would do what he did just now and crush them all with a wave of his hand. Standing in the ring and looking at those people who had not moved for a long time, Lu Feng was no longer as indifferent as before. A hint of mockery hung at the corners of his mouth. What's wrong? Don't tell me that you don't dare? Didn't all of you clamor that you wanted to teach me a lesson? Didn't all of you say that I was lawless, arrogant, and ignorant? Now, I want all of you to challenge me together. Why don't you dare? Lu Feng's words made the faces of those evildoers and geniuses turn red, but they couldn't say anything. Lu Feng's Qingming sky had already revealed its power. More than 20 geniuses and evildoers at the perfect stage and spirit master stage were completely suppressed in an instant and lost consciousness. If they hadn't had enough life-saving means, they would have died a long time ago. Although they were also puzzled as to why the life-saving means of these evildoers and geniuses were so weak, they had personally experienced the power of Lu Feng's strike. These people really didn't want to experience such a terrifying scene again. Besides those people, there were also many perfect stage and spirit master stage cultivators present. They had also suffered a terrifying suppression and injury from the strike just now. They really didn't dare believe that they would be able to withstand a second or third attack like this. Therefore, at the moment, these people were hesitant. Even after hearing Lu Feng's words, they still didn't rush forward impulsively like the previous 9 people. When he saw that these geniuses and evildoers didn't come forward, Lu Feng sighed softly. It is my disgrace to be on the same path as you guys. Lu Feng turned around. However, in the next moment, he raised his arm again and brought it down again. These people had all come to challenge him. Furthermore, they had hooted and mocked him so much. How could Lu Feng let them off so easily? He wasn't a saint. If there was a grudge, then he would take revenge. He didn't care who they were or who was behind them. As long as they were Lu Feng's enemies, then he would suppress them. He would completely suppress them. Qingming Tian. These 3 terrifying words appeared once again. In the void, the ancient sky appeared once again. It took shape once more and overturned once more. Path of Wan Yuan. Dark annihilation. Fighting the world with one hand. Countless roars were heard as all kinds of extreme powers erupted. In the face of this terrifying Qingming Tian, many geniuses and evildoers finally couldn't bear it anymore. They used their most extreme power. In an instant, the Qingming Tian was smashed into countless pieces. However, there were still more than a dozen geniuses and evildoers who were completely suppressed. What kind of telekinesis technique is this? It's too terrifying. It's simply too terrifying to describe. How can there be such a telekinesis technique? Why was it that every massacre was equally terrifying, equally extreme? How can we fight this? How can we fight this? That's impossible. Even a few Pinnacle King telekinesis masters would need to work together to unleash this kind of telekinesis technique. It would take a long time to unleash this technique. How can he unleash it so easily? He didn't even need the slightest bit of preparation time before he completed it. Furthermore, his mind attribute shouldn't be enough to support him unleashing it a second time. Some telekinesis masters below the stage exclaimed loudly. As telekinesis masters, they naturally understood everything. However, it was precisely because they were telekinesis masters that they felt horrified, shocked, and incredulous. After a long while, someone beside him, who had seen Lu Feng at the alchemy master competition, shook his head gently and said in an extremely strange tone, "He's an evildoer. He is the evildoer of this era. Therefore, don't judge him by the standards of ordinary geniuses and evildoers." Perhaps you don't know. The limit of an ordinary evildoer's mind attribute is about 10. However, his has far exceeded 1,000. Chapter 438. Many monstrous geniuses and geniuses had ugly looks on their faces after they displayed their unparalleled killing power. They looked at Lu Feng in disbelief. He had actually unleashed the destructive sky once again. Not bad. There are actually quite a number of perfect intermediate martialists and spirit masters standing. It seems like your strength cannot be measured by your level. Lu Feng was no longer waiting passively. Everything had already been decided the moment they had walked out. Since they wanted to fight, since they were blocking his door and clamoring for a fight, how could he, the Supreme Emperor, tolerate this? Since you are already here, why don't you come? But since he doesn't want to come over, then I'll go over. Fight. I want to see how far you can go. Is your strength worthy of your arrogance? One step after another. At this moment, Lu Feng seemed to be the embodiment of heaven and earth. Every step he took caused changes in heaven and earth, as well as time and space. Finally, when he took his 10th step, many of the monstrous geniuses and geniuses could no longer bear it. They knew that today's battle was unavoidable. If they wanted to, it could escape. However, given the current situation, it would be better for them to die gloriously in battle than to escape. Therefore, they had to make a move in the end. The sky was torn apart, and countless powerful forces appeared. This was the combined strength of several peak Overlord races, as well as more than a dozen first-rate and second-rate races. Among these people, even the weakest one was a genius. They were also exceptional geniuses equivalent to the Federation. In any race, they were considered the most precious existences. However, at this moment, they had gathered their strongest forces in order to suppress Lu Feng, who was regarded as a fudu who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Murderous, these were all-world, shocking, murderous attacks, all of them extremely powerful. The moment it appeared, the entire void started to crumble. In an instant, countless massacres had already arrived in front of Lu Feng. However, in the face of this, Lu Feng did not even look at it. When the light of death arrived, Lu Feng disappeared. He disappeared mysteriously in front of everyone. What terrifying speed! I can feel the presence of mind power. This should be some kind of psychic technique. But what kind of psychic technique is this? How could he have such an extreme speed boost? Among the audience below, there were many gods and divine masters. They were either here to watch the show or to be the guardians of those geniuses and monsters. Therefore, the strength of these people was extremely terrifying. Naturally, they could clearly see all of Lu Feng's movements. However, it was precisely because they saw it clearly that they were shocked. This is the first time I've seen a psychic skill that uses mental strength to increase one's speed. However, this speed is truly terrifying. Fudu was only a pinnacle telekinesis grandmaster, yet his speed couldn't even be compared to a pinnacle perfect martialist. To be able to do this, the cultivation method he used is truly terrifying to the extreme. Many existences were silent, unable to say anything. In the void, many monstrous geniuses were completely at a loss. They used terrifying killing moves, but those who were truly able to injure Lu Feng were scanty few. Moreover, every time they came close to Lu Feng, they would always be completely annihilated by the sudden appearance of inexplicable lightning and profound wind. The strength of these forces was comparable to a mid-level perfect martialist or a king's psychic master's all-out attack. It was completely enough to annihilate their killing techniques. Many existences looked at the sky above the arena, and Lu Feng, who was as calm as a peacock and revealed ugly expressions. Before this, everyone did not know much about Lu Feng. In their opinion, Lu Feng was just an alchemy master. Although he had the talent of a monstrous genius, as an alchemy master, his combat strength was destined to be weak. Therefore, many existences had descended here, vowing to crush Lu Feng and become famous in one battle. However, who would have thought that the final outcome would be like this? Hundreds of monstrous geniuses and geniuses. If such a lineup had happened in the era before the War of the Kings had begun, it would have been shocking. After all, there were monstrous geniuses with 6-stage king path domains among them. Monstrous geniuses with 6-stage king path domains with a king of massacre. In the era before the War of the Kings, such monstrous geniuses were unparalleled, and they were the unique characters of a small era. However, now, when the King of Massacre joined forces with more than a dozen Kings of Massacre, as well as many monstrous geniuses and top geniuses, they were suppressed by an existence whose cultivation was lower than theirs. They were even suppressed to such a miserable state. In the past, no one would have thought that this would happen. Looking at the lightning and black wind that appeared around Lu Feng, the face of an ancient psychic master hidden in the void became even gloomier. Finally, when Lu Feng once again released a terrifying lightning to annihilate the supreme killing technique of a high-level perfect martialist, his face changed completely. This is right. No wonder power is so terrifying. It turns out that he has mastered such an existence. Hearing the trembling voice, an illusory voice sounded beside him, asking about everything. This psychic master who had seen through everything was a true heavenly master. Although he had not reached the peak of the realm, his realm had reached the level of a mid-level heavenly master. In the universe, he was strong enough to crush any virtual king level 1 or level 2. In the current era, he was also a peerless king of a generation. However, at this moment, after seeing the psychic master technique that Lu Feng used, his face changed and became so ugly. After pondering for a moment, he looked at the figure that was still incomparably calm and relaxed. His voice finally sounded. In the current era of the universe, to be able to achieve this level is no longer a psychic master technique. Only the psychic master techniques, killing technique, only the supreme immortal technique. The surrounding space-time was silent. Many existences were completely stunned by this statement. Supreme immortal technique was a supreme power that only the immortals of the heavens could use in the primordial immortal devil era. Any one of them was enough to make billions of stars sink into the universe's sea of stars. In the current era of the universe, it's not that there are no supreme immortal techniques. However, their existence is a power that makes even the divine king tremble. Many existences continue to be silent. Although most of the guardians who could appear here were not immortal kings, they were at least terrifying existences above the immortal realm. Naturally, they knew a lot of things, and they were even more clear about what the supreme immortal technique that this heavenly god mentioned was. Actually, we were all wrong. The path of alchemy master relies on mutated mental energy to cultivate. Generally, mutated mental energy and power are far less than pure mental energy. Therefore, we thought that this human Fudu's mental energy had mutated to such an extreme degree, so his combat strength must be very weak. But we were wrong. All of us were wrong. Think about it. What kind of people were the earliest alchemy masters in the past? The alchemy masters of the past, and many existences pondered for a moment. After a while, they all came to a realization. However, it seemed that their emotions were fluctuating violently. The void was turbulent, and it made people tremble. The earliest alchemy masters should be immortals. A immortal king's voice slowly traveled through the void. This was the truth. The heavenly master nodded slightly. Therefore, mutated mental energy isn't really useless. Those mental powers that have mutated to the extreme should be comparable to immortal power. Or perhaps they are immortal power. At this moment, many existences finally recalled the news they'd heard before. Immortal kings seem to be existences who possess immortal power. Rumor has it that in terms of affinity, immortal kings seem to have lost to the human Futu. Doesn't that mean that this human race's Futu also possesses immortal power? Although the heavenly master was unwilling to admit it, he still nodded in the end. That should be the truth of the matter. Moreover, he's mastered a supreme immortal technique. With such a combination, his power is truly terrifying. In the void arena, Lu Feng finally came to a halt. His mental energy could be said to be limitless. This period of use hadn't consumed any of his mental energy at all. However, unlike him, the geniuses and monsters felt a sense of fatigue. Small-scale attacks had no effect on Lu Feng at all. They couldn't even touch Lu Feng's body. As for the large-scale attacks, their power was too weak. Moreover, even if they reached Lu Feng's side, they would be completely annihilated by Lu Feng's supreme wind and lightning immortal techniques. The Lu Feng in front of them was simply an undefeatable existence. Looking coldly at these people, Lu Feng once again stood quietly in place. Up until now, he'd already attacked several times. He'd beaten more than 100 monsters and geniuses until less than 80 were left. No one had expected such a battle record. Looking at Lu Feng, the remaining 80 monstrous geniuses revealed complicated expressions. They knew that if they continued to fight like this, Lu Feng's reputation would be unparalleled. After all, up until now, there had only been 2 shocking clashes between Wang Zhan and Wang Zhan. And this time, it was the second time. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Tired? Or are you regretting it? Regret. These people were really regretting it. They knew that if this continued, when they were worn down, Lu Feng's reputation would spread far and wide, and they would definitely become the laughingstock of countless geniuses and monsters. They'd come aggressively to challenge him, but in the end, they'd been beaten to a pulp. More than 100 of them had come together, but they'd been beaten to a pulp by a single person. This was undoubtedly an outcome they couldn't accept. At this moment, when they heard Lu Feng's words, these people couldn't say a word. They could only stand in place, strangely twisted and complicated. Looking at the many monsters and geniuses who still hadn't moved, Lu Feng finally sighed softly. At this moment, he'd really lost any interest in fighting. Such opponents were far too inferior compared to the heavenly kings and immortal kings. In fact, even the geniuses he'd met in the Massacre Abyss were far inferior. Lu Feng really didn't know how they'd reached the peak of a younger generation. Like you, I've also lost the desire to fight. You guys admit defeat and go down yourselves. After saying this, Lu Feng turned around and walked slowly towards the central building of the Federation, where the 8 Grandmasters were standing. Hearing this, the faces of the monsters behind him alternated between green and red. These people were worthy of being called the peak generation of their respective races. Now, being ridiculed in such a way was simply driving them crazy. They wanted to attack, but when they thought of their previous helplessness and Lu Feng's strength, these people could only endure, because they knew that attacking would be the same. Chapter 439. Just as Lu Feng's feet were about to leave the arena, a voice suddenly came from among the remaining 80 evildoers. Fudu, don't be too complacent. You were only able to wear us down because of this speed. If we were to clash head-on, even 10 of you would have been completely suppressed by us. What kind of evildoer are you? We really despise you from the bottom of our hearts. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. However, Lu Feng did not turn around. In the arena, many of the spectators were dumbfounded. They looked at the evildoer in the sky who had said this. He was the strongest evildoer in this competition apart from Lu Feng. They could not believe what they had just heard. It turns out that evildoers can be shameless too. Lu Feng's voice was heard slowly. These words were what many spectators wanted to say. His speed was so fast that no one could touch him. Wasn't this his own strength? Furthermore, Lu Feng was a telekinesis master. How could a telekinesis master fight a martialist like him? This was the biggest joke in the world. These people looked at the royal path evildoer from the chaotic blood royal tribe and were unusually speechless. However, these ordinary people did not dare say anything. They knew that once the chaotic blood royal tribe bore a grudge against them, they would really be out of luck. One had to know that the sky demons were famous for their vengeance in the universe, and the 4 royal clans were the best of the best. Therefore, although many spectators looked down on the chaotic blood royal tribe's evildoer, no one dared to say anything. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the royal path evildoer's expression did not change at all. At the moment, he actually sneered. Could it be that what I said was wrong? The previous battle between Lu Feng and the Heavenly Monarch was the true battle style of an epic evildoer. Now, what kind of epic evildoer are you? You are simply shaming this title by doing this. After saying this, some of the freaks around him seemed to have understood the meaning behind the words of this Chaos Blood Royal family's monarch freak. When they thought of what they would have to face if they failed, they all threw away their pride and started to speak. The Bloody Massacre map is right. Futu, what kind of evildoer are you if you keep dodging like this? We disdain to continue this kind of confrontation. When the time comes when you can show a stance that suits your identity, when you're truly willing to fight, then we will fight you." Looking at these monsters in the sky and hearing their words, many of the spectators were completely speechless. However, these people soon understood the thoughts of those monsters and geniuses. They were abandoning the pawn to protect the general. If word got out, at most, they would shamelessly ask Lu Feng to fight them head-on. At most, they would be called shameless. But if they didn't do this and continued down this path, then that would be admitting that their strength was inferior to Lu Feng's. The combined strength of over 100 monstrous geniuses was far inferior to Lu Feng's. There was no doubt that if they failed, then their losses would be too great. As for being shameless, at most, they would be cursed for a period of time. They wouldn't suffer any actual losses at all. At this moment, some people started to admire these shameless people. After all, they were able to think of such a shameless method. Their intelligence was really extraordinary. After saying this, some of the monsters turned around and wanted to leave. Lu Feng didn't say anything. He just stared coldly at the monsters before him. Finally, just as Lu Feng was about to say something, one of the 8 figures in front of the Alchemist Alliance's central building slowly walked out. His voice wasn't deliberately concealed, so everyone could hear him clearly. "What Fu Tu said is right. This is really shameless, ah." The person who spoke was Taratus. When he heard those words, Taratus finally couldn't hold back. In his opinion, Lu Feng was a monstrous genius on the path of alchemy. He was the hope of the alchemy path. It could be said that when Lu Feng became a member of the Alchemist Alliance, Taratus had the responsibility to protect Lu Feng. Especially after Lu Feng helped the Alchemist Alliance supplement the 3 alchemy scriptures, his status in Taratus's heart had risen infinitely. Therefore, when he saw that Lu Feng was being humiliated like this, he finally spoke up. It was undoubtedly very humiliating for such a noble existence to say such words. If it had been anyone else, then these monstrous geniuses and even the guardians behind them wouldn't have let them off. Unfortunately, the person who spoke was Taratus. It could be said that Taratus's status wasn't any worse than the rulers of the peak overlords on the surface. His status was so noble that these guardians simply didn't dare to offend him. Therefore, when Taratus said these words, the monstrous geniuses and geniuses quickened their pace. They could only endure Taratus's words. They couldn't refute him. When he saw that these people still didn't stop walking, a trace of mockery appeared on Taratus's face. He knew that these geniuses and monstrous geniuses were determined to leave. They would rather bear the name of being shameless than bear the consequences of failure. A bunch of cowards. What right do trash like you have to mock Fudu? You don't even dare to admit defeat. I really don't know how you had the face to say those words before. Sakura Teja and Wangui, Su had already stepped forward. At this moment, they couldn't watch any longer. However, these geniuses and monstrous geniuses were determined to leave. Therefore, their footsteps didn't slow down at all. The audience was silent. They didn't expect that things would turn out like this. At first, they thought that Lu Feng was a coward and insulted him to their heart's content. However, later on, Lu Feng clearly shocked everyone. And now, such a shameless scene had occurred. For the audience, this was too interesting. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Lu Feng and the Alchemist Alliance's Grandmasters. These people understood that although these Grandmasters were incomparably noble, these geniuses and monstrous geniuses weren't simple either. Behind them stood countless races. Moreover, these Grandmaster statuses were too high. They couldn't argue with these monstrous geniuses and monstrous geniuses. However, everyone had overlooked one thing. They had overlooked the true protagonist. At this moment of deadlock, a voice slowly rang out. "Esteemed Grandmasters, this time, I will handle it myself." At some point, Lu Feng had returned to the center of the arena. At this moment, the monstrous geniuses and monstrous geniuses who were about to leave all stopped in their tracks. They could ignore these Grandmasters. Even if they left, no one would say anything. However, they couldn't ignore Lu Feng. If they continued to leave without stopping, it would mean that they were afraid of Lu Feng. If that was the case, his previous shamelessness would be completely useless. These monstrous geniuses and monstrous geniuses didn't turn around. They stood quietly on the spot, waiting to hear what Lu Feng had to say. At this moment, everyone was the same. Even the guardians, hidden in billions of spaces, were the same. They were also helpless against the shamelessness of the person they were protecting. However, these guardians were more focused on the future. They also understood that these monstrous geniuses and monstrous geniuses' actions were already the best they could do. Lu Feng's footsteps didn't stop. Every step he took seemed to resound through heaven and earth, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. I really didn't expect that things would turn out this way. Back then, you were the ones who clamored to challenge me. Now that I am here, you have come up with such a despicable excuse. Lu Feng's words were like the sharpest knife that stabbed into the hearts of these people, causing their expressions to turn even uglier. Are these the monstrous geniuses and monstrous geniuses of this generation? I really can't imagine what kind of future you will have if you don't even dare to admit defeat. You have always wanted me to emulate the battle between the Heavenly King and the Emperor Lord. However, do you have a right to say that? The Heavenly King was defeated, but he was magnanimous. He was far stronger than the Emperor Lord, but he didn't find any excuses for his defeat in a battle of the same level. In the end, he chose to leave and enter the endless abyss to search for the third and fourth supreme power. What right do you have to talk about the Heavenly King? What right do you have to talk about that battle? At this moment, Lu Feng was really angry. It was simply a joke for such an opponent to challenge him. This wasn't a matter of strength. It was a matter of qualifications. What right did these so-called monstrous geniuses and monstrous geniuses have to fight him? These people had no way of refuting Lu Feng's words. The mocking smile at the corners of their mouths became even more vibrant and obvious. Lu Feng's voice finally rang out again. Congratulations, you have succeeded in infuriating me. Since that's the case, I won't be holding back anymore. At this moment, Lu Feng was already some distance away from these people. Heaven and earth fell silent when they heard this. Many people could hear the thick coldness and murderous intent in Lu Feng's voice. Finally, the monstrous geniuses turned around. At this moment, they were actually looking at Lu Feng with expressions of ridicule. You won't be holding back anymore? Could it be that you held back just now? A monstrous genius who only knows how to dodge. A monstrous genius who relies on time to wear down his opponent. What right do you have to say all this? Lu Feng didn't stop walking. However, this time, he raised his arm gently. I grant you the chance to fight us head-on. Hearing this, everyone in the venue had an incredulous look on their faces. Just now, they had been thoroughly shocked by Lu Feng's cyan firmament sky twice. However, these people understood that such a terrifying killing move wasn't something that could be easily unleashed. Otherwise, Lu Feng wouldn't have resorted to guerrilla tactics. Furthermore, the strongest aspect of a Psyche Master wasn't a head-on confrontation. They were Psyche Masters, not martialists. However, Lu Feng had actually said such a thing. Everyone could clearly tell that Lu Feng was not joking when he said those words. He was really going to use the most terrifying direct killing move to defeat all his opponents. They laughed. They were really laughing. The monstrous geniuses and geniuses were really laughing. Their thoughts were the same as those of the audience. Although they had been shocked by Lu Feng at first, they had also guessed that Lu Feng's most powerful killing move was Lu Feng's two extreme attacks. Otherwise, why would Lu Feng choose guerrilla tactics? Now that they had heard that Lu Feng was willing to face them head-on, they were really happy. In their opinion, if Lu Feng didn't rely on that mysterious movement technique to dodge, they would be able to completely suppress Lu Feng in a few moments. In that case, you can go to hell. With a loud roar, the battle began. There was no need to wait or introduce anything else. In an instant, the remaining 80 monstrous geniuses and geniuses brandished their strongest killing moves. As long as Lu Feng didn't dodge, they were confident that they could completely suppress Lu Feng with their supreme power. Everything that had happened before was still not over yet. They had always been high and mighty since their debut. When had they ever been so disgraced and despised? Chapter 440. Therefore, when they attacked this time, they carried all of their anger and all of their willpower. They only had one thought and goal, and that was to completely wipe out Lu Feng, an existence who had caused them endless humiliation. Kill, kill, die, die. 80 loud roars reverberated throughout heaven and earth, causing the hazy sky to tremble. In the face of such a massacre, many existences who were watching all this changed their expressions. The 8 alchemy grandmasters were already standing in the void. They were already prepared. If Lu Feng really couldn't resist, then they would break the rules and take action. They had to let Lu Feng live. After all, the first ones to be shameless were those geniuses and monsters. In the face of these 80 mighty and terrifying massacres that had refined countless power, Lu Feng's arm finally fell. Green firmament sky. These 3 soft words spread throughout heaven and earth. The moment they heard these 3 words, all existences and souls trembled, trembling unceasingly. These people didn't expect Lu Feng to be able to use this supreme immortal technique, green firmament sky, for the 3rd time. In the void, the ancient heaven appeared. It instantly covered everything, as if it wanted to crush all existences. Previously, the green firmament sky was enough to destroy anything. But now, in the face of these 80 geniuses and monsters, it seemed a little inadequate. The cyan netherworld sky descended and blocked dozens of murderous attacks. However, those even more powerful murderous attacks were only slightly weakened. They were still madly descending and madly rushing towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng was still the same as before. His footsteps were still moving, and there were still no signs of stopping. In an instant, the green firmament sky completely shattered and disappeared. However, the massacre on the other side wasn't over. The massacre wasn't over yet. At this moment, Lu Feng made another move. Still the same raised arm, still the same 3 words that made people tremble, green firmament sky. How is this possible? He had already used this supreme immortal technique for the 4th time. When would his spiritual power reach its limit? How could he be so terrifying? Countless people shouted loudly. The scene in front of them was completely beyond their imagination. They couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. However, everything was not over yet. It was far from over, because Lu Feng wasn't done yet. Green firmament sky. The 5th green firmament heaven descended before the final green firmament heaven descended. The 5th green firmament heaven completely poured out. In the end, the attacks of the 80 monstrous geniuses and monstrous geniuses were completely annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Between the heavens and the earth, there was silence. Their eyes were filled with fear and shock as they looked at Lu Feng. The sky of darkness was used 5 times in a row. Any one of them required several pinnacle psyche masters to work together for a long time before they could use it. However, at this moment, in Lu Feng's hands, he didn't need any time to prepare. In fact, he could directly use it and crush his opponent. These people finally knew how terrifying Lu Feng was. It turns out that he chose to move around not because he can't, but because he doesn't want to be suppressed by such a terrifying force. It's not that he can't, it's just that he doesn't want to. Lu Feng didn't stop moving. The 5th green firmament heaven had completely shattered the last bit of confidence in the hearts of the monstrous geniuses and monstrous geniuses. They were already trembling in fear as they faced Lu Feng. They couldn't muster up any thoughts of resistance. However, was this the end? Was everything going to end just like this? No. How could this be? How could Lu Feng end things just like this? When they saw Lu Feng raise his arm for the 6th time, many existences felt as though they had heard Lu Feng's cold, murderous words again. Congratulations, you have successfully angered me. In that case, I won't hold back anymore. They had angered the monstrous genius of this epic, the terrifying monarch existence. Since the monarch was about to be enraged, How could everything end just like this? Therefore, Lu Feng's arm came down for the sixth time. Green firmament heaven. He didn't use any other moves, nor did he say anything unnecessary. He only uttered the same 3 words. However, those 3 words caused all of the existences to be at a complete loss, tremble, and grieve. The sky shattered into pieces. Billions of void. Endless terrifying air currents surged forward. Among the 80 monstrous geniuses, more than 30 of them were completely suppressed. Among them, more than 10 monstrous geniuses were directly turned into nothingness. Seeing this scene, many existences gasped. It was normal for there to be casualties in such a battle. Every battle between the monarchs was paved with the blood of countless monstrous geniuses and monstrous geniuses. However, these people never thought Lu Feng would be so domineering. He only used one kind of force to crush his opponents. Didn't you want me to face you head on? In that case, I will use the most violent means to completely suppress you, crush you, and turn you into nothingness. The void trembled. A few guardians had already made their move. The people they were protecting were completely turned into nothingness in front of them. This was something they couldn't allow. However, the moment they made their move, a mysterious will appeared in the void. It didn't have the slightest bit of mortal aura, nor did it carry any pity or peculiarity. The moment this aura descended, those guardians who made their move disappeared. They were completely annihilated from this universe, disappearing from this universe. Vaguely, everyone recalled the domineering attitude of the Alchemist Alliance, which was similar to the attitude of the other 35 great territories towards the Guardians. At that time, they didn't understand why, but now they knew. The Alchemist Alliance was truly capable and confident. They dared to say such a thing, which meant that they had the strength to do such a thing. More than 10 true gods, heavenly gods, and even almighty experts of the King Realm were completely turned into nothingness under the shroud of that mysterious will. At this moment, many guardians didn't dare to move anymore. Although these people were their juniors and were the people they had to protect, in the face of absolute strength, in the face of their own life and death, everything was nothing. Therefore, they could only tremble in fear and watch everything unfold in front of them. They didn't dare to make a move. The 8 alchemy grandmasters looked at these people with mocking eyes, but they didn't make any move. They knew that these people had angered the Alchemist Alliance. They had infuriated their terrifying president. Lu Feng's footsteps were still moving. In a hurry, more than 9 pieces of the sky of green had collapsed in the sky. This power had finally reduced the 80 monstrous geniuses to less than 10. These 10 monstrous geniuses were bitterly holding on. Their eyes were filled with despair, as there was no other way. They wanted to admit defeat, but what they faced was Lu Feng's 9th sky of green. Suppression, complete suppression, an incomparably domineering suppression. Lu Feng's killing had made these monstrous geniuses despair. If they could, they didn't want to face it or come here anymore. After being killed by Lu Feng this time, even if they could survive, they would lose all hope of improving. This was because Lu Feng had already killed their warrior's heart. Looking at the 11th sky of green descending, one of the spectators seemed to have thought of something. His expression was filled with horror and understanding. I got it. I finally got it. Previously, outside the Wind God Territory's Green Mist City, there was a legend that there was a monstrous genius who could summon countless heavens to descend and completely crush his opponents. That person was called Futu. So that legend is true. It's actually true. The 11th sky of green had shattered countless heavens, leaving only 3 heavens in the arena. The 12th sky of green had turned into 2. The 13th sky of green had turned into 1. The 14th sky of green had turned into 1. The last one was the monstrous existence from the Sky Fiend race's chaotic blood royal family. With the tools and secret treasures bestowed by countless elders in his family, he had finally managed to hold on until now. It was a pity that this was the end. This was because the surrounding space and time had been limited by an inexplicable power, causing their protection, which was enough to make the gods despair, to become ordinary protective powers. If not for this, Lu Feng would not have been able to kill any of these people. The 15th sky of green had finally descended. This time, everything was finally crushed. The monstrous genius from the Sky Fiend race's chaotic blood royal family had completely collapsed and no longer had any power to resist. Lu Feng did not raise his hand again. He stood quietly between heaven and earth. His aura was tranquil and unusually quiet. However, these people knew that this was just a facade. This was not Lu Feng's original appearance at all. A total of 15 consecutive sky of green had required mental strength that even a god master would not be able to support. However, a great psychic master had done it. He was so quiet after doing it that there was no sign of pain or exhaustion. Hundreds of tools and secret treasures were floating quietly in the sky. Any one of these items would be worth trillions or even hundreds of trillions of divine item points if taken out. However, they were floating quietly in the air, becoming ownerless objects. Around these tools and secret treasures were more than 30 figures lying on the ground. This number would be considered a lot under normal circumstances. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it was so little. These people still remembered that there were more than 100 monstrous geniuses who had challenged Lu Feng and challenged Lu Feng back then. However, only about 30 figures were left now. As for the others, they had all been turned into ashes after 15 rounds of green firmament sky slaughter. They had completely perished. Chapter 441. Terrifying, domineering, and decisive. Lu Feng's performance completely went against the temperament of an alchemist and psychic master. Lu Feng was more like a terrifying martial artist than an elegant psychic master. As Lu Feng swept his gaze across the crowd, everyone who met his gaze lowered their heads. Among these people, there were psychic masters, upheaval stage cultivators, demigods, and even deities. However, at this moment, under Lu Feng's gaze, they felt their souls tremble. They felt an inexplicable sense of fear. After sweeping his gaze around, Lu Feng no longer looked at these people. Instead, he focused his gaze on the void. "Thank you, Senior." Lu Feng knew that if he hadn't made a move and changed the laws of time and space, the artifacts and secret treasures of these freakish geniuses would have been completely restricted. Then, let alone killing so many freakish geniuses, he probably wouldn't have been able to seriously injure any one of them. It could be said that being able to achieve such a shocking scene, other than his own strength, was also thanks to that existence. Everyone had guessed that there was a supreme existence hiding and changing everything. After all, up until now, they had seen close to 100 freakish geniuses fall. However, none of the guardians behind them had made a move. This was enough to explain a lot of problems. For a long time, the sky and the ground were silent. After waiting for a long time, a voice finally rang out slowly. Futu is a member of the Alchemist Alliance. As long as he is in the Alchemist Alliance, he will be protected by the Alliance. If you want to kill him, bring out the corresponding freakish geniuses. If I discover any guardians making a move, not only you, but even the races behind you will be punished by the Alchemist Alliance. Countless people were terrified. They were all silently guessing the identity of the person who had spoken. After all, to be able to say such words, and even the entire Alchemist Alliance, the identity of the person who had spoken must be abnormally noble. Sure enough, in the next moment, the attitude of the many alchemy masters let them know the identity of the person who had spoken. We will follow the Alliance Head's instructions. Alliance Head? The Alliance Head of the Alchemist Alliance. It was actually the leader of the Alchemist Alliance. One had to know that there was only one leader of the Alchemist Alliance, and that was one of the 3 great 8th grade alchemists in the world, Alchemist Serene. This Alliance Master, who was rumored to have left the Alchemist Alliance thousands of years ago, had actually appeared. He even wanted to protect Lu Feng and let out such a sound. Everyone fell silent. Alchemist Saint Rome was different from these grandmasters. Or, in the face of those grandmasters, the king realm experts of the alien races might be able to handle them. But in front of the Alchemist Alliance's alliance leader, Alchemist Saint Rome, they didn't have any temper at all. According to the legends, apart from being the leader of the Alchemist Alliance, Pill Master Rome was also an illusionary monarch. According to the legends, he was someone who had stepped into the Tao. Furthermore, he was an outsider paragon. The voice soon disappeared, and so did the terrifying will. However, at that moment, none of the Guardians dared to make a move. After knowing that the person was Alchemist Saint Rome, these people only had endless fear. They knew that Alchemist Saint Rome was definitely not just saying it for fun. If they angered him further, this outsider paragon would really make a move. Lu Feng looked coldly at those people and said slowly, "I am not afraid of challenges. However, don't bring out trash like the ones you brought out today. I really don't want to fight with them." After saying that, Lu Feng turned around and left. After Lu Feng's figure disappeared, these people still did not dare to say anything. If it was in the past, they might have thought that Lu Feng did not know his limits. However, at this moment, after witnessing such a terrifying massacre, no one dared to say anything. Lu Feng's performance had completely proven that he was definitely a monstrous genius of this era. Although he was an alchemist, he had the strength to match his strength. Soon, Lu Feng's figure disappeared from the central building. As for the 7 grandmasters, they had also entered the palace. Taratus looked at the audience that was unwilling to leave for a long time and smiled slightly. He said slowly, "From tomorrow onwards, it will be the day of the lectures of the 11 alchemy grandmasters. If you're interested, you can go to the Medicine God Square and participate." After saying that, Taratus's figure also disappeared. Within a day, the entire Medicine God territory and even the entire outer region battlefield went crazy. Since the start of the Battle of the Kings, there had been countless battles. However, there were only a few that were truly shocking. The first time was when the Battle of the Kings started, when Emperor Lu Feng and the Heavenly King Crown Prince of the Heavenly Tao fought. The second time was when an immortal king appeared and shocked the world. This was the third time. However, the third time was the most shocking. In this battle, over 100 monstrous geniuses surrounded and killed the monstrous genius of this era, Futu. In the end, many monstrous geniuses and geniuses collapsed. Over 100 of them were killed, until only 30 were left. This was the most disastrous battle since the start of the Battle of the Kings. It was also the battle with the highest number of casualties and the most terrifying quality. These fallen geniuses and monstrous geniuses were all created by a single existence. From then on, the name Futu of the human race was officially spread among the younger generation. Futu, I really didn't expect you to be so crazy. Over 100 monstrous geniuses and geniuses. This time, I'm afraid all the major races will bear a grudge against you. Su Ling sighed slightly. He also didn't expect Lu Feng to be so extreme. He actually wiped out all those existences. Although he knew that Lu Feng's true identity was the emperor, he couldn't imagine that Lu Feng would actually go on a killing spree on such an occasion. This was really a little shocking. Lu Feng smiled faintly, but his expression didn't change at all. He said slowly, "Senior, you should know me. If they only came to challenge me, I wouldn't have gone overboard even if they were annoyed. Unfortunately, they chose a dead end. All of this was their own choice. Since that's the case, they can't blame me. Besides, so what if they bear a grudge against me? You have to know that many times, they don't just bear a grudge against me." Su Ling could only sigh helplessly when he saw Lu Feng smile. He knew what Lu Feng meant. Although he had killed over 100 geniuses and monstrous geniuses this time, the various sects had already regarded Lu Feng as a thorn in their side. However, compared to Lu Feng's true identity as the emperor, it was nothing. Emperor Lu Feng was the founder of the Battle of the Kings. He had the bloodline of the human king Lu family. Although he only had 4 supreme powers, in the eyes of those peak existences, an emperor with 4 supreme powers was not much worse than an immortal king with 6 supreme powers. Those who had such thoughts had more or less experienced or seen the human king era of the past. The human king era was the most prosperous period of the human race, but it was also the dark age of the major races. These people were all very clear about the terror of a human king. Therefore, they could tolerate an immortal king with 6 supreme powers, but they absolutely could not tolerate an emperor from the Lu family. Therefore, Emperor Lu Feng was much more dangerous than Psychic Futu. Although Lu Feng's current identity had provoked the hatred of many races, it was much better than Emperor Lu Feng's experience. During this period, you can stay in Medicine God Hill's Medicine God City with peace of mind. With the Alliance Master around, these people won't dare to do anything. After all, the Alliance Master is the supreme of the other path. Unless an Autar God King personally makes a move, the rest of them are nothing more than trash. Lu Feng nodded gently. He would indeed stay in Medicine God City for the next few days, because he had been taught by the 11 alchemy grandmasters and the unlimited supply of resources from the Alchemist Guild, he could definitely improve his alchemy skills again. Moreover, the alchemy conference would definitely last for more than a month because of the arrival of the 11 alchemy grandmasters. After a month, he would not be far from the initial success of his second primordial spirit. According to Lu Feng's plan, he wanted to leave after his second spirit had reached the initial success stage, which was also the initial success stage of the divine state. After all, if he did that, his combat strength would increase tremendously. When that time came, he would be able to go to many places alone. All right, you should rest first. If you're interested tomorrow, you can come to the Medicine God Square and listen to the lectures of the Alchemy Grandmasters. Wangui Zuling and Lu Feng had already arrived in front of his room. The two of them did not say anything, but left after a final reminder. Lu Feng walked into his room and once again immersed himself in cultivation. The next day, Lu Feng woke up from his meditative state very early. Today was the first day of the 11 Alchemy Grandmasters lectures, and today's lecture was the #1 Grandmaster in the world, Grandmaster Taratus. In terms of knowledge, there were not many people in the world who were better than Lu Feng, who had comprehended 6 parts of the alchemy scripture. However, Lu Feng also understood that because of the limitations of his realm, his current level of comprehension was still very shallow. At most, he had some theoretical knowledge. Moreover, the 13 alchemy grandmasters in the universe were all true alchemy grandmasters. Many of their things were not explained in the alchemy scripture. These were all very practical things, and Lu Feng naturally wanted to know. Therefore, he got up very early and planned to rush to the Medicine God Square. He walked out of his room and walked toward the door. Along the way, there were alchemists from various major clans continuously greeting Lu Feng. Among them, there were even 6th-grade alchemy masters. It could be said that there were not many who received the same treatment as Lu Feng. Lu Feng had always treated these people politely. His image was completely different from yesterday's image of him frantically suppressing countless evildoers. However, it was obvious that Lu Feng was more liked by these alchemists. After leaving, some alchemy grandmasters invited Lu Feng to accompany them. On the path of alchemy, there was a strict hierarchy. However, in the eyes of these alchemy grandmasters, Lu Feng was already considered an alchemy grandmaster. After all, these people were aware of the fact that he had used a forbidden technique to refine a 5th-grade elixir pill. After so many years on the path of alchemy, they knew what this meant. These people knew that as long as Lu Feng could enter the level of a spiritual telekinesis master, then he would definitely be a true alchemy grandmaster. Moreover, with Lu Feng's shocking aptitude, these people naturally would not make any mistakes. However, Lu Feng politely declined these people's invitations. This was because he had already made an appointment with someone else today. Chapter 442. Cousin. Here. Lu Feng had already seen the two of them. However, before he could reach them, Lulu had already started shouting. Upon hearing Lulu's voice, many beings turned their gazes to her. They wanted to see who the person who was shouting was. However, when they saw who it was, many people hurriedly lowered their heads. Although not everyone in Medicine God City had gone to the scene to watch the battle yesterday, there were still many people who had seen it. Of course, if the people who had watched the battle through the various screens in Medicine God City were included, the number would be dozens of times higher. It was a pity that those people had seen it through the big screens. Because Lu Feng had been using the life chart method that Jia Huayue had imparted to him, these people couldn't recognize Lu Feng even if they were face to face. However, those who had watched the Battle of the Scene had seen it. They naturally knew how terrifying Lu Feng was. After using the green firmament sky 15 times in a row, not only had he killed many foreign race geniuses and monsters, but he had also suppressed their hearts to the extreme. These people knew that more than 100 geniuses of the alien races were suppressed to death by this peerless god of slaughter in front of the guardians of those existences. How could they, who were nothing, be compared to him? Although this was Medicine God City, these people knew that Medicine God City was the base of the Alchemist Alliance. Lu Feng was the person the Alchemist Alliance wanted to protect. Therefore, when they saw that it was Lu Feng, these people wisely kept quiet and quietly left. After a few moments, Lulu had already rushed in front of Lu Feng. Without the slightest hesitation, she directly threw herself on Lu Feng. "Cousin, your performance yesterday was really amazing. You were really amazing." On Lulu's face, there was also a look of worship. This was not a compliment, but a sincere one. She was a girl, and she was only 16 years old. However, after being forced by the Heavenly Dao clan all these years, she had seen too much killing. Therefore, the death of those geniuses and monsters did not make Lulu feel much of a ripple. She worshipped Lu Feng from the bottom of her heart. Hugging Lulu, Lu Feng's face was also filled with joy. After turning around twice, Lu Feng placed Lulu back on the ground and looked at Jia Huayue, who was walking over. "Say, Futu, as expected, you are the one that those old bastards think highly of. Your strength has indeed caused us to tremble in fear. It's unimaginable." Jia Huayue was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He was well aware of Lu Feng's battle prowess. Emperor Lu Feng was a crazy and terrifying king. Even someone as strong as the Heavenly Dao Crown Prince was completely defeated after increasing his cultivation. Back when Lu Feng had been outside Qinglan City, the 13 green underworld skies had made him realize how terrifying Lu Feng was on the path of a telekinesis master. However, all of this was nothing compared to what was before him. One had to know that the hundreds of monstrous geniuses and geniuses that were suppressed to death by Lu Feng were all monstrous geniuses and geniuses. Furthermore, all of them were existences above perfect stage and spirit masters. As monstrous geniuses and geniuses, ordinary perfect stage martialists and spirit masters simply wouldn't be able to contend with them at the same level. However, Lu Feng had killed them forcefully and suppressed them directly. Of course, what shocked Jia Huayue the most wasn't Lu Feng's strength, but his decisiveness in killing them. Lu Feng simply didn't care about those existences with great statuses. He simply killed them in the most violent way possible. Jia Huayue understood that only this kind of Lu Feng could support the sacred tribe and make it really powerful. When he heard Jia Huayue's words, Lu Feng just smiled faintly. This expression was completely different from Lu Feng's terrifying killing intent from before. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go to the Medicine God Plaza first. The lecture of 11 alchemy grandmasters is definitely a rare opportunity. Lulu, you have to listen attentively. Lulu nodded fiercely, her expression resolute. Lulu also knew that her greatest reliance in this life was on the path of alchemy. In terms of cultivation, although she had the bloodline of the Lu family and the Wulin bloodline, she didn't seem to have much talent. If she had to be categorized, Lulu was just an exceptional genius at the starry sky level. Of course, this kind of talent was considered very terrifying among ordinary people. However, in front of the true geniuses and geniuses, this talent was too weak. This was the era of the War of the Kings. Unless one had amazing luck, only monstrous geniuses could continue walking down this path. Therefore, both Lu Feng and Lu Shaoran hoped that Lulu would walk the path of an alchemy master. Only this way could they ensure her safety. Lulu was now a second-grade alchemy apprentice. Without a doubt, Apart from Lu Feng and the Immortal King, she was already considered a terrifying genius on the path of alchemy. Therefore, Lu Feng wanted to take this opportunity to let Lulu learn well. In this way, the benefits for her future development would definitely be huge. Seeing Lulu's well-behaved appearance, Lu Feng smiled and nodded. He took Lulu's hand and walked towards the Medicine God Square. Of course, they still took their own personal aircraft. Now, Lu Feng's identity could be said to be known by everyone, and there were too many people paying attention to him. If someone accidentally discovered something strange and found out that he was the Emperor Lu Feng, it would probably cause too much of a stir. After all, in terms of martial arts, he was the Emperor Lu Feng. In terms of spiritual sense, he was also so shocking and terrifying. This was too unbelievable. Therefore, once people found out, there would probably even be Supremes hunting him down. This was something that they all knew. Therefore, when there were many people, Lu Feng was the Futu of the human race's alchemy masters and spiritual sense masters. Soon, they all arrived in front of the Medicine God Square. Compared to the Medicine God Square 4 days ago and yesterday, there were obviously a lot fewer people here. It was probably not even 1% of the people at that time. However, the few of them had already expected such a situation. After all, these 11 days belonged to the alchemy masters. It was a real alchemy master gathering. Even if other people heard it, it would be useless. Therefore, those people would rather walk around the Medicine God City than come here to listen to something they didn't understand. After getting off the aircraft, Lulu was still hugging Lu Feng's shoulder, while Jiahua Weiyue was looking around blindly. Lu Feng knew that Jiahua Weiyue wasn't interested in such things at all. He had only come here to protect Lulu. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Feng said, "Weiyue, if you don't like here, then you can walk around. Lulu is by my side, and I believe that she won't be in any danger." Hearing this, a bright light appeared in Jiahua Weiyue's eyes. Although Lu Feng treated him as a friend, Jiahua Weiyue didn't really dare to look at him that way. After all, Lu Feng's identity was there. He had always positioned himself as Lu Feng's follower. If Lu Feng hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have left. Now that he had heard Lu Feng's words, Jiahua Weiyue could naturally leave at ease. He nodded lightly and left in an instant. Lu Feng smiled faintly as he watched Jiahua Weiyue's disappearing figure. "Cousin, let's go in." Clearly, Lulu also knew what kind of temperament Jiahua Weiyue had. Therefore, Lulu wasn't surprised at Jiahua Weiyue's departure. Hearing Lulu's urging, Lu Feng nodded lightly. He walked straight in. If it was under normal circumstances, or if it was someone without any status, then they could only stay in the periphery. However, Lu Feng was different. He had just made a name for himself. Even the Alchemist Union's union head had personally come to protect Lu Feng. In addition, at the last moment of the grand competition, Lu Feng's status could be said to be much more noble than the average alchemy grandmaster. The place they were heading straight for was the best location. Of course, Lu Feng himself had this qualification. As long as it was Lulu, there wouldn't be any problems. After all, Lulu's master was Su Ling, an alchemy grandmaster. If Su Ling wanted to arrange a good location for his disciple, naturally no one would say anything. The two of them walked straight. Along the way, there were still some alchemists who greeted Lu Feng. Lu Feng treated these people politely. In his eyes, there had never been any discrimination. After these people saw Lu Feng's response, their faces flushed red. It seemed that being able to get a response from Lu Feng was a great pride. After walking for nearly half an hour, the two of them finally arrived at the center of the square. At this moment, there was a towering podium. In front of the podium, there were tens of thousands of seats. According to the information given to Lu Feng by Su Ling, Lu Feng went directly to the front of the hundreds of seats. Soon, Lu Feng found his seat. He pulled Lulu to the side and sat down. Looking at the people around him, Lu Feng sighed slightly in his heart. Most of the people sitting with him were alchemy grandmasters, and they were all real 6th grade alchemy grandmasters. Of course, in addition to these alchemy grandmasters, there were also some people Lu Feng knew. Looking at those strange gazes, Lu Feng nodded slightly. Most of these people were the geniuses who had appeared at the last moment of the grand competition. As the disciples and geniuses of various alchemy grandmasters, they had naturally obtained excellent seats. Seeing Lu Feng's polite gesture, these people also smiled slightly. Everyone sat in their seats just like that. Looking at the time, there was still about half an hour before Taradis's first class. Lu Feng did not leave. He just chatted with Lulu. However, after about 20 minutes, a voice made Lu Feng frown slightly. What? Does anyone have a right to sit in the best seat now? Lu Feng was also familiar with this voice. Without turning around, Lu Feng already knew who the speaker was. Why? Is there a problem? Lu Feng turned around and looked at the person who had spoken. And that person was indeed someone Lu Feng knew. He was the alchemy genius of the underworld tribe, the third disciple of alchemy, Grandmaster Yuanling. During the previous assessment, he had opened his mouth to reprimand Lu Feng and the Immortal King. Unfortunately, in the end, Lu Feng's terrifying aptitude had left him completely speechless. Now, after witnessing Lu Feng's terror, he actually still wanted to find trouble. This was a little interesting. When he heard Lu Feng's words and saw the strange expression on Lu Feng's face, Yuanling's third disciple clearly took a step back. Yesterday, Lu Feng's terrifying killing intent had also intimidated him. Therefore, when he faced Lu Feng, his heart trembled a little. After all, he was only an alchemy genius, not a telekinesis genius. As if he felt that his weakness was a little weak, Yuanling's third disciple suddenly took a step forward after taking half a step back. However, this step was not as far as the half step he had taken back. Looking at Lu Feng's playful smile, Yuanling's third disciple's face flushed slightly. Without hesitation, he said directly, "Futu, I'm not surprised that you're here, and there's no problem. But why can she also sit here? You have to know that those who can sit here are all disciples of great grandmasters and first-rate geniuses. Don't tell me that just because you brought her in, she can sit here. You're really a little too much." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's playful expression became even more obvious. He glanced at Yuanling's third disciple one last time and didn't say anything else. Instead, he focused on talking to Lulu again. In his opinion, wasting time with Yuanling's third disciple who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth was obviously not as important as chatting with his cousin. If Lu Feng's previous attitude had made him feel ashamed, then this time, Yuanling's third disciple felt that he had no face at all. Many people had already looked over. Among them were those geniuses, alchemy masters, and some others. "Futu, what do you mean by this?" Although the Alliance chief appeared to speak up for you, don't forget that the Alchemist Alliance is an alliance of all alchemists. It doesn't belong to you alone. What right do you have to do this? Chapter 443. Yuanling's third disciple didn't know why either. The more he saw Lu Feng's calm expression, the crazier he felt. This kind of ruthlessness was something he simply couldn't control. Finally, after hearing this, Lu Feng turned to look at him again. However, this time, Lu Feng's gaze was ice-cold. "You are just a spirit master, Wang. Yesterday, there were a few Wang psyche masters who were killed by me." When he saw Lu Feng's cold eyes and heard these icy words, Yuanling's third disciple took a step back fiercely. A trace of paleness actually appeared on his face. He could sense a kind of icy killing intent in Lu Feng's words. He was really afraid of Lu Feng, the god of slaughter. However, when he thought about his current position and the fact that his teacher was there, Yuanling's third disciple once again put on a strong front. Don't use your combat strength to threaten others. This is the Alchemist Alliance. Even alchemy grandmasters have to abide by the rules here. Others might be afraid of you, but I am not. Although he said that he wasn't afraid, anyone could see that Yuanling's third disciple was trembling slightly. These people wanted to laugh, but they didn't. They knew that this was a grudge between the human tribe and the underworld tribe. It was a conflict between Grandmaster Wang Gui and Grandmaster Yuanling. Even though they were alchemy grandmasters, they didn't have the right to interfere. Therefore, these people just watched quietly at the moment. Finally, as if he had endured enough, Lu Feng stood up slowly. When he saw this, Yuan Ling's third disciple immediately took a few steps back. He was really afraid that Lu Feng would suddenly make a move and obliterate him. However, before Lu Feng could make his next move, Lu pulled Lu Feng's arm and pressed Lu Feng back into his seat. She smiled at Lu Feng and said, "Cousin, lowering yourself to the level of such a person is simply an insult to your status. This time, Lulu will take care of it." When he saw Lulu's worried and resolute expression, Lu Feng naturally didn't say anything else. Once again, he sat in his original position. However, he had already made up his mind. If Yuan Ling's third disciple went too far, Lu Feng wouldn't mind making a move and obliterating another evildoer. Lulu smiled at Lu Feng and then looked at Yuan Ling's third disciple. However, this time, her face was also filled with iciness. "You said that my cousin violated the rules? Then may I ask what rules he violated?" When he saw that it was a girl who had spoken, he naturally wasn't as scared as Lu Feng as he was. He looked at Lulu and said directly, "Since Fu Tu can come here, I won't say anything." After all, his identity and strength proved that he was qualified to be here. "But what qualifications do you have?" There was a trace of ruthlessness in his voice, but Lulu didn't seem to hear him. She was still the same as before and didn't even tremble in the slightest. Although she was only an intermediate telekinesis master now, Lulu had experienced so much and had seen a few almighty kings. How could she be afraid of a king telekinesis master? "Since you say that I'm not qualified, can you tell me what kind of person is qualified to sit here?" Clearly, Lulu was also angry. Her expression became even colder. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ling's third disciple didn't hesitate and said directly, "Those who can sit here, apart from the personal disciples of the alchemy masters, are the ultimate alchemy geniuses and evildoers. If the others want to listen, then go to the back. Give this seat to those who are useful." Lu Feng sat where he was and smiled mockingly, but didn't say anything. He knew that Yuan Ling's third disciple was going to be slapped in the face this time. This time, just like before, he asked for it. Lulu suddenly smiled as she looked at Yuan Ling's third disciple. It was a strange smile. However, it had to be said that Lulu's smile was much brighter and easier to accept than Lu Feng's. After a bell-like laugh, Lulu's expression gradually calmed down. "Since you said so, then I have to sit here." Yuan Ling's third disciple's expression changed drastically. He thought that Lulu had done it on purpose, but when he thought about how everyone could see and hear what she said in public, he felt relieved. He wanted to say something, but before he could finish, Lulu opened her mouth again. "You said that only the disciples of the alchemy masters or the ultimate alchemy geniuses can sit here. Then I'll tell you why I can sit here. I come from the alchemy hall of the Wind God territory. As for my teacher, although he isn't President Wang Gui, he is a true alchemy grandmaster. He is called Su Ling. I don't know. Have you heard of his name? Have you heard of his name?" These words were undoubtedly a slap to the face. As one of the 13 alchemy masters of the current era, how could no one know of Su Ling? Furthermore, Su Ling was publicly recognized as one of the 3 most promising alchemy masters. He, Grand Elder Taratus of the Alchemy Masters Alliance, and another wandering alchemy master were publicly recognized as the top alchemy masters. Not to mention the people from the alchemy master faction. Even those ordinary people would remember this name clearly. As the third disciple of Yuan Ling, how could he not know it? These words instantly left Yuan Ling's third disciple speechless. However, Lulu's slap to the face was clearly not over. She smiled faintly, and her calm demeanor instantly turned into an innocent one. Upon seeing Lulu's change, Lu Feng smiled happily. This kind of Lulu was too cute in his eyes. "I don't know what your standards are for an alchemy master, but I think I should also be considered a genius. Being accepted as a disciple by Su Ling was enough to explain everything. An existence like Su Ling would only be accepted as a disciple by suitable people. They wouldn't break convention because of your identity. Therefore, when Lulu said that her teacher was Su Ling, these people knew that she was at least a genius. I'm only 16 years old this year. Of course, at this age, I won't have any high attainments in the path of alchemy. However, my teacher often tells me that I'm very talented in the path of alchemy. At this point, Lulu's eyes turned slightly as if she had thought of something. She suddenly revealed an innocent face and looked at the third disciple of Yuanling. She opened her mouth and asked, I don't know. Can you guess what level my talent is? Seeing Lulu's performance, Lu Feng laughed out loud. However, other than him, everyone else held back their laughter. Yuanling's third disciple looked at Lulu with an unsightly expression. He knew that he had embarrassed himself again this time. The best thing to do now was to quickly leave this place. Unfortunately, he also wanted to listen to a Grandmaster's lecture. If he left now, he would undoubtedly miss it. Therefore, even though he knew that he had embarrassed himself greatly this time, he still had to endure. She didn't nod or shake her head. She didn't say a word. Yuanling's third disciple stood in place, his expression constantly changing. Lulu finally spoke. How about this? I don't know how talented I am. I can take this opportunity to ask you to help me see if I am really talented on the path of alchemy. After saying this, Lulu still looked as innocent as ever. Before Yuanling's third disciple could say anything, Lulu had already spoken. I am 16 years old this year. Oh, right. I just said. She stuck out her tongue slightly, looking very cute. My psychic level is very low. I am only an intermediate psychic. Many people nodded gently. A 16-year-old intermediate psychic was considered a genius in the cultivation of psychic masters. However, in this era of the War of Kings, where monsters and geniuses were everywhere, it was really nothing. However, Lulu's next sentence shocked these people. And my alchemy master level seems to be a second-grade apprentice alchemist. As soon as these words came out, the entire square was silent. Everyone looked at Lulu with shocked expressions. A 16-year-old intermediate psychic, a 16-year-old second-grade apprentice alchemist. This was too terrifying, too extreme. How is this a genius? If Lu Feng and the Immortal King didn't appear, then the girl next to Futu, this Futa's cousin, was definitely the most terrifying monster that appeared this time. Everyone could imagine that with the guidance of Su Ling, this Lulu could become a true third-grade alchemist after becoming a psychic grandmaster and materializing her mental power. Of course, this was the minimum. If she was a little more heaven-defying, she might even reach the level of Lu Feng and the Immortal King. She could become a fourth-grade alchemist at the level of a psychic grandmaster. Although she couldn't compare to Lu Feng and the Immortal King's level for the time being, other than the two of them, Lulu's aptitude was enough to shock everyone. Even if there was Lu Feng and the Immortal King, they definitely couldn't cover up Lulu's brilliance. Intermediate psychic second-grade apprentice alchemist. So terrifying, really terrifying. Monster, this is definitely a world-shocking monster on the path of alchemy. And she is only 16 years old. It's hard to imagine how terrifying her future will be. Although he was shocked by Lulu's aptitude, Yuanling's third disciple's face was incomparably pale at this moment. He knew that this time he had been slapped in the face again, and it was the most ruthless slap in his face in his life. For days ago, when he provoked the Immortal King and Lu Feng, he still had reasons and excuses. He also had many monsters and geniuses behind him. But this time, no one supported him. This was completely his own fault. Seeing Yuanling's third disciple's appearance, Lulu finally stopped saying anything. She also knew that enough was enough. After all, she wasn't Lu Feng and didn't have such strong capital. She sat beside Lu Feng and continued to talk with Lu Feng. It was as if the previous incident didn't happen at all. Yuanling's third disciple turned around with a pale face and directly left this place. He knew that he really couldn't stay any longer. This kind of humiliation was too great. Looking at Yuanling's third disciple's back, Lulu's eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance. However, when Lu Feng saw Lulu's expression, he gently patted Lulu's head and said, "Lulu, some people only have themselves to blame. Such people don't have to be pitiful at all. Think about it. If you don't really meet the standards, then what will happen next?" Lulu thought for a moment and finally smiled again. Lulu wasn't a real 16-year-old young miss. She had experienced so much so she naturally knew this situation. It was just that there was still a lot of kindness in her heart. Now that she heard Lu Feng's explanation, she didn't think about it anymore. I understand, cousin. Chapter 444. Talatus's first class was of some use to Lu Feng, but it was not as great as Lu Feng had imagined. Lu Feng also knew that he had the 6 pill scriptures as a foundation. His knowledge and understanding of alchemy had almost reached the limit of this realm. Although Talatus also had a lot of content, it was not that useful to Lu Feng Lai. The class ended very quickly. As for the time, it had been 6 hours. After it was over, many alchemists fell into deep thought. Lu Feng knew that these people must have gotten a lot of inspiration from Talatus's class. Therefore, after the class ended, they instantly fell into a state of epiphany. Looking at Lulu's slightly puzzled expression, Lu Feng did not disturb her. This state did not last long. Soon, Lulu woke up from her deep thoughts. Seeing that Lulu had recovered so quickly, Lu Feng was puzzled at first, but he soon understood. Lulu's teacher was Su Ling. Su Ling was an alchemy grandmaster on the same level as Talatus. After listening to Su Ling's class every day, Lulu's foundation was much more terrifying than Lu Feng's. Moreover, this content was a bit too profound for an alchemy apprentice. Therefore, Lulu woke up quickly after listening to it. Cousin, let's go. You said before that you would play with me today. Seeing Lu Feng get up, Lulu quickly told him what they had agreed on. Hearing this, Lu Feng smiled and gently patted Lulu's little head. Although he was in a hurry to cultivate, it was also good to occasionally relax with Lulu. Therefore, Lu Feng smiled and nodded. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Lulu knew that Lu Feng would not go back on his word. She happily pulled Lu Feng along, and the two of them headed outside. Lulu's favorite places were all lively and lively. As for Lu Feng, he didn't have any particular place that he particularly liked. To be honest, Lu Feng preferred the bazaars that were filled with all kinds of auction items. Unfortunately, after Lu Feng forbade Lulu from using her special ability, Lulu no longer had any interest in bazaars and auctions. The two strolled around for an entire afternoon. In the afternoon, when they were playing, Jiehua Wuyue also joined in. When it came to playing, this young master of the sacred clan naturally could not be absent. Seeing Jiehua Wuyue's appearance, Lu Feng did not care, but Lulu was slightly unhappy. She planned to play alone with Lu Feng for an entire afternoon. Fortunately, Jiehua Wuyue was really good at playing. After a short while, Lulu forgot all her unhappiness. After the afternoon ended, when it was time to separate, Lu Feng handed Lulu over to Jiehua Wuyue and returned to the Alchemist Alliance's center. Letting Lu Feng accompany Lulu for these few days was actually not a big deal. But Lu Feng considered that the time in the Alchemist Alliance's center was not much. So he chose to go back directly. He wanted to verify everything he comprehended from the pill scripture. After all, there were very few places that were as convenient as the Alchemist Alliance's center. After returning to the central building, Lu Feng directly went to the pill refining room and began a night of pill refining. From then on, for the next 10 days, Lu Feng's work and rest schedule was almost fixed like this. During the day, he accompanied Lulu to listen to the lectures of the Alchemist Grandmaster. At night, he would refine pills in peace. Although 11 days wasn't a long time, it was still a long time. But Lu Feng still had a lot of gains. After verifying everything explained in the pill scripture, Lu Feng already understood a lot of things. His understanding of the Alchemist Tao also improved. At the end of the 11th day, Lu Feng was not in a hurry to leave. This was because he and Lulu had already agreed. Cousin, you really don't want to go back tonight? In these 11 days, Lu Feng's Alchemist Tao attainment increased a lot. Lu Feng also knew that during this time, he would not be able to improve further. Moreover, these 10 days of continuous refining and crazy comprehension made Lu Feng's soul slightly tired. So tonight, he did not plan to continue. Yes, Lulu, tonight, cousin will accompany you to play to our heart's content. Hearing Lu Feng's acknowledgement, Lulu was naturally very excited. Seeing Lulu's happy expression, Lu Feng also smiled from the bottom of his heart. On this day, the three played to their heart's content. However, when it was very late, Lulu had to go back to rest. She was only a mid-level telekinesis master. To her, rest every day was a must. Therefore, when it was very late, Lulu had to rest. Lu Feng and Jiehua Wuyue sent Lulu back to the hotel where she was resting. This time, Lu Feng also wanted to see Lu Xiaoran. After all, there were some things that Lu Feng also intended to discuss with Lu Xiaoran. However, when Lu Fenglai arrived at the hotel and entered Lulu's room, he was stunned. When they saw the three unfamiliar people in front of them, Lu Feng, Lulu, and Jiehua Wuyue were stunned as well. Jiehua Wuyue's face quickly showed a hint of vigilance. He even vaguely made preparations to attack at any time. However, when he saw Lu Feng's expression, Jiehua Wuyue relaxed slightly. Although Lu Feng didn't have much of an expression on his face, Jiehua Wuyue could see a lot of complicated emotions in Lu Feng's eyes. However, he didn't seem to be on guard. He knew that these three people shouldn't be dangerous, so there shouldn't be any problems. Furthermore, Jiehua Wuyue also saw the unusually silent Lu Xiaoran beside the three of them. Lu Xiaoran was Lu Feng's third grandfather. Lu Feng was Lu Xiaoran's hope of returning to the Lu family. Since Lu Xiaoran was there, this proved that there shouldn't be any problems with these people. Jiehua Wuyue didn't say anything. He just stood there quietly. Lulu also had a puzzled look on her face. The two of them stood aside and watched Lu Feng and the three strangers silently exchange glances. Neither of them said anything. The atmosphere became a little strange. Finally, one of the three people stepped forward and looked at Lu Feng. His calm face finally showed a hint of emotion. It was gratification. It was a happy expression, as expected of a descendant of the Lu family. After the human monarch, Lu Feng, you are unparalleled. Jiehua Wuyue's eyes widened slightly when he heard this. He finally knew the identities of these three people. They were actually descendants of the Lu family. They were the only clan in the universe that was comparable to the peak of the universe. They were members of the number one family, the Lu family. Lu Feng was silent for a moment before he finally lifted his head. He looked at the slightly excited being and slowly bowed. Greetings, Patriarch. When he heard this, the Patriarch could no longer hide the excitement in his eyes. He walked to Lu Feng's side, reached out his hand, and gently and solemnly patted Lu Feng's shoulder a few times. Good, good, good. He said good 3 times in a row, but he didn't say anything else. However, his face was filled with excitement. Jiehua Wuyue didn't understand. Lulu didn't understand. Even the silent Lu Xiaoran didn't understand. They didn't understand why a simple greeting from Lu Feng would make this terrifying patriarch so excited. The other 2 Lu family patriarchs also stood up behind him. They walked over to Lu Feng's side and did the same thing as the first patriarch. They actually had the same expression and said the same thing. Excitement. The 3 patriarchs were really too excited right now. It wasn't because of Lu Feng's respect, but because of Lu Feng's attitude. Before coming here, they already knew about the conflict between Lu Feng and the Lu family. It could be said that they knew everything that had happened to Lu Feng during his childhood. They all knew that, although Lu Feng had survived thanks to the help of the heavenly god of life and death, he still held a deep grudge against the Lu family. This could be seen from the fact that Lu Feng had never used any resources or sought any help from the Lu family ever since he had awakened his bloodline and started cultivating until he had reached the peak of the upheaval period. But now, in front of the 3 patriarchs whom he had never met before, Lu Feng directly performed such a respectful greeting. This proved that Lu Feng had at least started to accept them, although they could see that Lu Feng still held a grudge against them. As long as Lu Feng acknowledged his status, then everything would be fine. The 3 patriarchs were extremely excited. When Lu Feng saw this scene, he sighed in his heart. In the past, he had indeed thought the same as the Lu family's patriarchs. Lu Feng still held a deep grudge against the Lu family. However, as time passed, As he gradually grew up and saw more and more things, Lu Feng also understood the difficulties of the Lu family. Back then, in order to awaken his bloodline, the Lu family had even destroyed an entire generation and extracted the bloodline of the entire Lu family's younger generation to give to Lu Feng. As a result, among the current younger generation of the Lu family, only Lu Feng remained. It could be said that, because of Lu Feng, the current generation of the Lu family's talents had withered away. Although he had suffered a lot of humiliation as a child, Lu Feng had basically gotten over it at this moment. He still remembered that the people who had done those things were not the elders of the Lu family. Even after Lu Feng had destroyed this generation of the Lu family, the elders of the Lu family had only been disappointed. They had not done anything excessive. The ones who had humiliated Lu Feng were the younger generation of the Lu family. Unfortunately, Lu Feng could not bear much resentment towards the younger generation of the Tang family. This was because, regardless of whether Lu Feng had done it willingly or not, it was Lu Feng who had destroyed the future of the younger generation. To be honest, it was Lu Feng who owed them. Lu Feng had a clear distinction between love and hate. He really could not bring himself to hate his blood-related relatives. Therefore, Lu Feng was relieved. Although he still held a little grudge, this grudge no longer affected his attitude towards the Lu family. It was precisely because he had gotten over it that Lu Feng could say such things at this moment. Chapter 445. After helping Lu Feng up, the three of them slowly calmed down. The first Lu family ancestor glanced at Lu Feng and the three people behind him. Lu Feng, I'm the great-grandfather of your father, Lu Tao. My name is Lu Mu, and these two are my brothers. They are also from your father's great-grandfather's generation. From now on, you can call them Ancestor Lu Lin and Ancestor Lu Sin. Mu Lin. These names were really simple to come up with. Lu Feng sighed inwardly. Puffed. Just as the three of them finished their introductions, a soft chuckle suddenly rang out. In an instant, everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. What they saw was Lulu's slightly embarrassed and somewhat uneasy expression. Lu Xiaoran's expression darkened slightly. He walked over to Lulu and was about to reprimand her. But before he could say anything, Lulu had already hidden behind Lu Feng. Lulu knew that once her grandfather got angry, she was afraid that only her cousin could protect her. Seeing Lu Xiaoran's angry expression, Lu Feng could only smile awkwardly. He looked at the three Lu family ancestors, then at Lulu behind him. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Feng smiled and patted Lulu's head. Lulu, it's impolite to smile like that, he said dotingly. Lulu, it's impolite to smile like that. Come, apologize to your great-grandfathers. Lu Xiaoran's footsteps completely froze. He looked at Lu Feng, then at the three ancestors who were also his great-grandfathers. He was extremely silent. Lulu looked at the three of them, wanting to say something. But in the end, she didn't say anything. Although she was young, she already knew and understood everything. Therefore, she couldn't easily say those words. Seeing this, Lu Feng's expression didn't change at all. He continued to pat Lulu's head as if he didn't notice anything. Lulu, what's there to be embarrassed about? These are all your relatives and great-grandfathers. You have to be polite to them. Although his appearance was still the same as before. This time, Lu Feng's voice had changed slightly. Lu Feng clearly emphasized the words relatives and great-grandfathers. The three ancestors of the Lu family understood the meaning behind Lu Feng's words. They exchanged glances and saw the gratification in each other's eyes. Finally, Lu Mu smiled. It was a hearty smile, an extremely benevolent one. He walked to Lulu's side and did the same thing as Lu Feng. He actually reached out his arm and gently patted Lulu's little head. You must be Lulu. Lulu nodded obediently, but there was a complicated look in her eyes. Seeing this, Lu Mu fell silent for a moment, then let out a deep sigh. No need to apologize. Lu Xiaoran's expression darkened when he heard this. However, Lu Mu's next sentence stunned him instantly. Why would a child be bothered by a joke with her great-grandpa? Great-grandpa? Lu Mu had actually called himself a great-grandpa. At this moment, Lu Xiaoran's body stiffened, and he began to tremble slightly. He stared at Lu Mu, as if he could not believe that Lu Mu had said those words. You. Lu Xiaoran said a few words in a row, but he could not say anything else. He had never been this agitated before. Lu Mu felt a little at ease when he saw Lu Xiaoran in this state. There was an incomparable sense of guilt on his face. After staring at Lu Xiaoran for a long time, Lu Mu finally spoke. Xiaoran, the family has let you down all these years. Lu Xiaoran was slightly dazed. He had just woken up from his emotional state and was currently in a daze. He looked at his great-grandpa, as if he had not heard anything. Lu Feng did not say anything. He only sighed softly. Meanwhile, Lulu's eyes were slightly moist. She had been by her maternal grandfather's side all these years, so she understood her maternal grandfather's heart very well. Unfortunately, she sympathized with her maternal grandfather and pitied him, but she could not do anything to help him. This was a kind of sorrow that made Lulu's heart ache. However, everything had changed now. Everything had changed. She had a cousin now, a cousin who could change everything. The current emperor, or even the current prince of the human race, had a very noble status. His existence was enough to change a lot. Lulu looked at Patriarch Lu Mu. She knew that this patriarch had only said those words on account of Lu Feng. If it had not been for Lu Feng, the Lu family might have accepted Lu Xiaoran again out of regret. However, they would definitely not have said those words to admit their guilt. However, Lulu did not care about any of this anymore. She only knew that one of her maternal grandfather's greatest dreams had been fulfilled. Lu Feng's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he looked at the emotional Lu Xiaoran. Back then, his father had also looked regretful when he had mentioned this uncle. After all, this uncle had once been Lu Tao's idol and had taken good care of Lu Tao when he was young. Now, Lu Feng was also very happy to be able to help his third grandfather fulfill his greatest dream. Lu Mu looked at the teary-faced Lu Xiaoran and fell silent for a long time before he spoke slowly. Xiaoran, you should know that when that decision was made, everyone, including your father, could not bear to do it. However, the rules were there. This was something that could not be changed back then. Lu Xiaoran fell silent when he heard Lu Mu mention his father. Lu Xiaoran's father, who was also Lu Tao's grandfather, Lu Tianjue, was the current head of the Lu family. Lu Tianjue had been the head of the Lu family ever since he had become the head of the Lu family. He was also one of the most powerful heads in the history of the Lu family. However, Lu Feng believed that Lu Tianjue must have been very upset when he had made the decision to expel Lu Xiaoran from the Lu family. After all, Lu Xiaoran was his youngest son. Your punishment was set by the Lu family's rules. Although no one was willing to do so, rules are rules. Even the head of the family could not refute them. After all, the Elders Guild still exists in the family. Lu Xiaoran sighed sadly. How could he not know about these things? Back then, many people in the Elders Guild had objected to the decision. However, some of the Elders Guild still made the decision to expel Lu Xiaoran from the Lu family, citing the righteousness of the family rules and Lu Tianjue's desire to set an example. Great-grandfather, I know. After hearing Lu Xiaoran's words, Lu Mu quietly sized him up for a long time. Then, a look of relief appeared in his eyes. Lu Mu could tell that there was no trace of resentment in Lu Xiaoran's eyes at all. He had never resented the Lu family. In that case, everything is fine. The head of the family received your message before coming here. The head of the family intends to leave this matter to Lu Feng. This is because the family has already passed a decision to give Lu Feng the status of a young master. His authority is equivalent to that of the head of the family. Lu Xiaoran was also aware of this. However, he still could not help but feel shocked when he heard it again. After all, he had never heard of the young master who had the authority of the head of the family. There's no need to say anything else. He's my third grandfather. He will be my third grandfather for the rest of my life. Lulu is my cousin. She will be my cousin for the rest of my life. This is a fact that no one can change. Therefore, there's no need to think about anything else. I agree. Before Lu Xiaoran could look over, Lu Feng had already announced his decision. To him, this matter was something that he had to facilitate along the way. Therefore, after hearing Lu Mu's words, Lu Feng did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed. Lu Mu smiled. This was the outcome that he had hoped to see the most. When Lu Tianjue had given this authority to Lu Feng, he had his own reasons for doing so. If Lu Feng was willing to make the decision, he would have to acknowledge his status as the young master and his relationship with the Lu family. However, if he did not, he would have no right to make this decision. Although Lu Xiaoran was not Lu Tao's father, he had helped Lu Tao a lot. Based on their understanding of Lu Feng's character, as long as he knew the truth, Lu Feng would do his best to help him fulfill his wish. This was also part of the Lu family's plan. All right, since the young master has agreed, let's return to the family as soon as possible and add you to the family tree. Adding Lu Xiaoran to the family tree would mean that he would officially return to the Lu family. However, after his initial excitement, Lu Xiaoran had calmed down. After all, he was a true powerhouse and an almighty being of the monarch realm. Just now, he had lost his composure after confirming that his dream had come true. Lu Mu nodded gently. Lu Xiaoran was behaving like a member of the Lu family. He turned around and glanced at Lu Feng, who had been very quiet all this while. Lu Mu said slowly, "Come back to the family with me. Young master, you're still too weak right now." The members of the Lu family are different from other aristocratic families. They can only come out to train when they have reached the peak of the perfection stage. However, your current strength is really too weak. The strength Lu Feng had displayed was only at the peak of the upheaval transformation stage. He was only at the peak of the telekinesis grandmaster level, which was basically the same as his martialist level. Compared to ordinary people, this kind of strength would definitely be considered a godlike existence. However, compared to the many geniuses and evildoers, this kind of strength was really nothing. Now that the Battle of the Monarchs had begun, the number of geniuses and evildoers that appeared would reach a golden age. Even perfection stage martialists were in danger of dying at any time, let alone upheaval transformation stage martialists. Therefore, the patriarchs of the Lu family had instructed Lu Feng to return to the Lu family first. Everything else aside, he had to at least reach the peak of the perfection stage before he could appear. However, when Lu Feng heard this, he smiled. It was a smile of indifference. "Patriarch Lu Mu, please call me Lu Feng. I'm really not used to being called young master." They had addressed Lu Feng as young master because Lu Feng had already acknowledged his status. Lu Feng was the most talented martialist in the history of the Lu family. The Lu family did not feel that there was anything wrong with giving him respect. At the very least, the three patriarchs did not feel that there was anything wrong. When they heard Lu Feng's words, the three terrifying monarchs were slightly stunned. A strange look appeared on their faces. "Young master, you should be aware of your current situation. It is really too dangerous outside. Furthermore, you have already acknowledged your status as a member of a Lu family. Don't tell me you still dislike the family so much." Lu Mu believed that Lu Feng was unwilling to return because he still did not like the Lu family. After all, no matter what the Lu family was, they would definitely be able to satisfy Lu Feng. "Young master, the Lu family has been accumulating for 4,000 years. During this period, very few resources have been consumed. Most of the resources have been preserved. I believe that no matter how heaven-defying you are, the Lu family's resources will definitely be enough for you to reach the peak." Chapter 446. The Lu family was the #1 family in the universe, so its foundation was terrifying beyond imagination. This time, the Lu family had produced 2 other Path Supremes. In this era where the Divine King couldn't exist forever, 2 other Path Supremes were more than the number of Divine King powerhouses in some peak Overlord clans. It could be said that the Lu family's peak combat strength was more terrifying than many peak Overlord clans. How could such a major aristocratic family be lacking in resources that had been accumulated for 4,000 years? Plus, I believe that you haven't cultivated any profound cultivation techniques yet. Last time, You left after comprehending quality. You haven't done any research on the Lu family's world-shocking codex, the scripture of the human king. We firmly believe that, given your aptitude, you will definitely be able to comprehend the scripture of the human king. Once you comprehend the scripture of a human king, your power will definitely be several times more terrifying. Therefore, return to the Lu family and wait for you to cultivate to a sufficient level before returning to the Battle of the Kings. This way, you will have many benefits on your path forward. Lu Feng fell silent and hesitated as he listened to these words of advice. Indeed, Patriarch Lu Mu's description was right. Lu Feng hadn't consumed too many resources and time during his previous cultivation, as his level had been relatively low and he'd had all sorts of fortuitous encounters. However, things would be different later on. He had a lot of trump cards, and the more trump cards he had, the more resources he would need. Everything else aside, the amount of resources he would need to condense his martial path embodiment Heavenly Fudu to become a martialist during the upheaval period would probably be an astronomical figure. Lu Feng knew his own situation. He had experienced it before. If his martial path embodiment wanted to advance from grade 6 to grade 7, the amount of resources it would require would be hundreds or thousands of times more than other people's. If he relied on refining elixirs on his own, it was simply unrealistic. In addition to his martial path embodiment, Lu Feng also needed countless resources in other areas, such as telekinesis. If he had these resources, he would definitely be able to save a lot of time. Of course, what moved Lu Feng the most wasn't these resources. After all, even if he couldn't be self-sufficient, he only needed to contact his teacher, Dao Songtian, and that would be enough. When he cultivated to a higher realm, his alchemy master level would also increase. At most, he would waste some time, but he would have enough resources to ensure that he would have enough resources. What truly moved Lu Feng's heart was Lu Mu's final point. The Human King Codex. He, Lu Feng, truly lacked cultivation arts. As long as the great Demon King is alive, I will be the Emperor. These are the two most common moves that Lu Feng could use. Although they were extremely terrifying, their consumption was also astonishing. Lu Feng's martial path embodiment heavens. As for the final supremacy, Lu Feng would only use it when his life was at stake. Normally, Lu Feng would not use it. Therefore, Lu Feng absolutely had to comprehend the heavenly God scripture. Lu Feng had no choice but to go to the Lu family because of these reasons. As for the so-called danger, Lu Feng didn't care about it. At this moment, Lu Feng was constantly thinking about the gains and losses. Lu Mu's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Feng's thoughtful look. He knew that Lu Feng had been persuaded. However, Lu Feng didn't seem to have made up his mind yet. Lu Mu didn't say anything, as he knew that people like Lu Feng hated it when others casually manipulated them. Lu Mu didn't say anything, and Lu Feng remained silent. Jiahua Wuyue and Lulu were deep in thought. The other three Almighties just watched Lu Feng quietly, waiting for him to make a decision. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Although it was only for a short moment, it felt like an eternity to these people. Finally, Lu Feng raised his head slowly. He smiled and looked at Lu Mu. When they saw Lu Feng's expression, everyone knew that Lu Feng had made up his mind. "How is it, young master? Have you decided?" Lu Feng nodded gently and said slowly, "I've thought it through. I've decided. Stay." Zhou Yue and Lu Shaoran were stunned when they heard this decision. If they were in Lu Feng's shoes, they would definitely choose to return to the Lu family. After all, they would be able to avoid the turmoil of life and death. They would also have countless resources to cultivate and improve quickly. Why not? Lulu wrinkled her nose mischievously when she saw their expressions. She didn't care whether Lu Feng went back or not. As long as she could stay by Lu Feng's side, she didn't care about anything else. Lu Mu looked at Lu Feng. At first, he was a little excited, but then he regained his composure. After a moment of silence, he finally asked, "Why, young master?" Lu Feng's smile grew brighter. He looked at the three patriarchs of the King realm, and his gaze gradually became firm. "Because I'm Lu Feng. I'm Emperor Lu Feng. I've started the Battle of the Kings, so I'll fight to the end. This is my domain, and all the geniuses and monsters will be my subjects. As the Emperor, how can I leave to avoid my subjects? If that's the case, my path of martial arts will cease to exist. I, Emperor Lu Feng, will fall into the abyss. This was Lu Feng, Emperor Lu Feng. He would go back, but not now. He would go back with endless glory and immortality. Now is not the time yet. Moreover, there was one thing Lu Feng didn't say. If he wanted to improve quickly, the foreign battlefield was the most suitable place for him. Only endless battles could help him improve quickly. As for the problem of resources, he would deal with it at the end. What he wanted now was to improve his level quickly. Otherwise, how could he catch up with those monsters? Lu Mu looked at Lu Feng for a long time without moving. Lu Feng also looked at Lu Mu quietly without blinking. After a long time, Lu Mu finally sighed deeply. He knew that Lu Feng was serious. So, young master, have you really made up your mind? Lu Feng nodded gently and solemnly. If that's the case, let's stay. I'm a virtual king at the third layer of the primordial realm, while your two other great-grandfathers are virtual kings at the initial layer of the primordial realm. The four of us should be enough to protect you. A virtual king at the third layer of the primordial realm and two virtual kings at the second layer of the primordial realm were indeed terrifying in the foreign battlefield. However, the three of them were still far too weak compared to the protectors who had reached the fifth layer of the primordial realm. However, Lu Feng understood that this was not the case. The three of them were all members of the Lu family. They were all direct descendants of the Lu family. Once they ignited their bloodlines, the degree of terror they would reach was absolutely horrifying. If they unleashed their full strength, even virtual kings at the sixth layer of the primordial realm would probably tremble. They might even retreat and be suppressed. It was possible to say that he would be very, very safe with the three of them protecting him. However, Lu Feng still shook his head. Ancestor, protectors, I don't need them. Jiahua Wuyue smiled happily when he saw how determined Lu Feng was. He knew that this Lu Feng was the true Saint Lord of their saint race, the true unparalleled monarch. Jiahua Wuyue understood that protectors were not protection to the extreme, monstrous geniuses. Instead, they were harm. Their existence would only obstruct the path of the monstrous geniuses. Their so-called protection was just harm. Since ancient times, which of the terrifying, monstrous geniuses who had reached the ultimate layer of the primordial realm had grown up under protection? Lu Feng waved his hand gently when he saw how Lu Mu still wanted to say something. I do need protection when I need it. However, I can't accept it if you have to guard me all the time like those people outside. If these people really did protect him at all times like the protectors, Lu Feng would really have a headache. What he wanted was extreme craziness and the most violent slaughter. With the protectors around, Lu Feng simply couldn't enter the most extreme boundary. If that happened, his great demon true body would never be able to improve. If that was the case, what was the point of fighting? Therefore, Lu Feng definitely didn't need protectors. Ancestor Lu Mu, the Sky Dao Crown Prince Wang, Qingyun, did not have a protector before he revealed his identity. I have already interacted with the immortal monarch. He also doesn't have a protector. The person beside me is the sacred race's Shengzi. He doesn't have one either. You might not know this, but I do. This is a kind of hazy feeling. However, this feeling really exists. If I can't let go, if I am under your protection at all times, then the title of emperor will become a joke. Ever since I was protected by you, I have already lost the ability to fight against the true monstrous geniuses and the young monarchs. Therefore, to us, protectors aren't meant to protect. Please don't worry. I will take care of my own safety. As for protectors, I don't need them at all. Lu Feng's appearance was incomparably resolute. This time, Lu Mu did not say anything. After all, the first ancestor of the Lu family had specifically told him about this before they had come. However, for safety reasons, the Lu family had ultimately sent the three of them in hopes of protecting Lu Feng's safety. Back then, the near death of Lu Tao, who had slain a god, had already been a pain that the Lu family couldn't bear. Now, they naturally couldn't be so casual about Lu Feng, who was even more extreme. That was the reason why the three of them had come to see him. However, this was Lu Feng's request. With regard to Lu Feng's request, they really couldn't so easily ignore it and not take it seriously. Furthermore, what Lu Feng had said was true. Therefore, even though they didn't really hope for it, they still decided to give up. Nodding his head gently, Lu Mu said, "In that case, I won't force you anymore, young master. However, I hope that you can choose to retreat when necessary. After all, your future is what you are pursuing. You can bear with it for a while." These words made Lu Feng feel slightly moved. The Lu family was such an overbearing, aristocratic family. They hadn't been afraid of powerhouses like the Divine King. They had never retreated in the slightest. However, for the sake of Lu Feng's safety, they were willing to allow Lu Feng, who represented the human monarch and the Lu family's young master, to retreat at an appropriate time. This already went against the Lu family's spirit of advancing courageously. Lu Feng understood what was going on. Lu Feng was more important than the Lu family's spiritual symbol. Chapter 447. I know, Patriarch, Lu Feng wasn't an idiot. When he should retreat, he wouldn't force himself. Of course, this was just Lu Feng's own opinion. He knew that if he really fought to the point of madness, he might forget everything. However, he couldn't say those words right now. He could only explain it this way. He nodded slightly. Lu Mu casually tore open the void and took out an identification card and a sparkling armor-like object from his personal space. He handed them over to Lu Feng. "Young master, these are the things that the Patriarch and the Patriarchs arranged for us to carry before we left. Unfortunately, we didn't know your exact location back then, so we split into 20 groups to search for you in this foreign battlefield. These things were also divided by 20 points on average. Therefore, the number of items here is slightly less." Although this was what he said, Lu Feng didn't really see it that way. He just quietly looked at the cloth-like object that was shining with a strange light. His expression became more and more serious. At this time, Jehua Weiyue, who was beside him, suddenly came over. He looked at this artifact, and a strange expression appeared on his face. "It's actually a secret treasure. It's actually at least a grade 8 secret treasure. The Lu family's foundation is indeed terrifying." Previously, Lu Feng had vaguely felt that this object was very scary. However, he hadn't expected it to actually be a secret treasure. Moreover, it was a grade 8 secret treasure. This kind of value couldn't be described as terrifying. Lu Mu smiled faintly with a hint of pride. "It's only a grade 8 secret treasure. This time, we brought a total of 3 grade 8 secret treasures. It's a pity that I don't have them. Although it's only a grade 8 secret treasure, its function is still pretty good." After saying this, Lu Mu looked at Lu Feng and picked up the armor-like secret treasure in his hand. He slowly introduced it. This armor-like secret treasure was forged by one of the ancestors of the Lu family. It has abandoned all other functions and is only used for defense. However, its defensive capabilities are quite terrifying. With the young master's current strength, he could weaken the killing power of an existence 3 levels higher than him. However, it was not a complete defense. With the young master's current strength, he could weaken the power of a peak demigod by more than 1 level. The damage caused to your body is probably equivalent to the attack of a peak perfect stage warrior. Of course, there is a limit to how much this secret treasure can defend against. Its highest level is Virtual King level 4. Although it's not that good, it's enough for young master. When young master returns to the Lu family, I believe that the ancestor will bestow upon you something else. After saying this, Lu Mu directly handed the armor to Lu Feng. Lu Feng held it in his hand with a strange expression on his face. To him, this armor was definitely a life-saving weapon. If it was 3 levels higher than him, it would be equivalent to a peak demigod. If a peak demigod attacked, it would only be equivalent to the killing power of a peak perfect stage warrior. In this case, Lu Feng would have a chance to escape from a demigod. "Holy Master, The Liu family is indeed worthy of being the #1 family in the world. This kind of item is a precious treasure even among a peak Overlord race. I'm afraid that only the top 2 evildoers are qualified to be equipped with it. However, the Liu family actually gave away a total of 20 pieces. If it was only 1 piece, then even the peak evildoers of a peak Overlord race would be able to have it. However, those people only had 1 piece after all. However, the Liu family had directly given away a total of 20 pieces for Liu Feng. Among them, there were even 3 peak grade, 8 secret treasures. This kind of wealth could no longer be described as shocking. Liu Feng did not say anything. He only smiled gently. He couldn't refuse this kind of thing, even though he yearned for a life-and-death battle and extreme training. However, Liu Feng wasn't an idiot. If he encountered an existence he couldn't contend with, this secret treasure would give him a chance to escape. Young master, these are some divine item points given by the family. The family's patriarch also guessed that you might want to continue training in the foreign battlefields. Therefore, they specially prepared these divine item points for you, so that you won't have to worry about anything. Please take out your identification card. I will transfer it to your card. Since he had already accepted the most valuable items, Liu Feng naturally wouldn't be polite with the divine item points. He also knew that divine item points were indispensable when he traveled to the foreign battlefields. He took out his identification card and handed it over to Lu Mu. Then, Lu Mu returned it to Liu Feng with a stroke of his hand. Liu Feng didn't look at the exact amount. After receiving the identification card, he casually put it away. Also, please wait for a moment. In a while, I will imprint all the moves of the Human King Manual into the crystal. You can destroy it immediately after you have finished reading it. Young master. Upon hearing this, Liu Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Compared to the divine item points and the secret treasure, Liu Feng valued the third gift the most. The Human King scripture is something that we direct descendants have all cultivated before. However, considering the issue of safety, we did not copy it directly. Instead, we waited until we saw you before we imprinted some of the cultivation techniques in the Human King scripture. Although the effect isn't as good as directly viewing the original part of the Human King Manual. Even so, if you use it, its power won't be any worse than an ordinary supreme cultivation technique. Liu Feng nodded his head gently. Lu Mu didn't hesitate. He immediately took out a crystal from his personal space and started to imprint it. Liu Shaoran hesitated for a moment as he watched Lu Mu imprint the crystal. However, he still spoke to Liu Feng. Xiaofeng, actually, third grandfather has also cultivated the Human King Manual before. However, the family has a rule that it can't be passed down casually, even if family members. Therefore, third grandfather. After spending so much time together, Liu Shaoran also knew that Liu Feng didn't have a suitable cultivation technique. However, he still hadn't imparted the Human King Manual to Liu Feng. This made Liu Shaoran feel slightly uneasy. After all, Liu Feng had helped him so much. Upon hearing this, Liu Feng only shook his head gently. It's all right, third grandfather. I can understand this. Liu Shaoran heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Liu Feng didn't have any strange emotions in his eyes. Liu Feng didn't resent Liu Shaoran at all. After spending so much time together, he could sense that this third grandfather, who had been expelled from the family, was definitely a person who kept his promises. As long as he made a promise, he would definitely fulfill it. Liu Feng admired this kind of person from the bottom of his heart. Soon, Lu Mu finished the final imprint. When he brought the crystal to Liu Feng, Lu Mu said, "Young master, you should just memorize these things in your heart." Then, he completely destroyed the crystal. Although the Liu family's Human King Manual can be obtained by people without the Human King's bloodline, they won't be able to cultivate it. However, there's no guarantee that our opponents won't study the flaws of the Liu family's cultivation technique from the Human King Manual. Therefore, it's better to destroy this thing as soon as possible. Liu Feng nodded his head gently. He naturally knew how terrifying this cultivation technique was. If it really fell into the hands of a foreign race, They would probably study it day and night in order to restrict the human king's Lu family. Lu Feng held the crystal in his hands and released his mind power into it. Soon, the contents of the crystal were imprinted in his mind. Thank you for your gift, Patriarch Lu Mu. If I have time, I will definitely comprehend the Human King Manual as soon as possible. Lu Mu nodded gently. He knew that Lu Feng wasn't joking. Comprehending the Human King Manual had an incredible effect on Lu Feng's combat strength. In that case, I don't have anything else to do. Young master, I hope that you will pay attention. After all, you don't just represent your own glory. You represent the Lu family and the entire human race. It's been 500 years. The Human Federation hasn't had a divine king for a whole 500 years. Although the Divine King's combat strength is comparable to the Divine King is still not the Divine King. They might have sufficient combat strength, but unfortunately, they don't have the supreme mysteries of a true Divine King. If you want to protect an entire race, you must have the Divine King. Lu Feng nodded solemnly. Although the human race had 3 Divine Kings and even a quasi-celestial Emperor-level Divine King, they didn't have a true Divine King. For a race, although they could be strong for a while, they couldn't guarantee that they would be strong forever. Therefore, the human race had to have a Divine King. I understand, Patriarch. After all, I don't want to die either. Everyone laughed when they heard Lu Feng's words. That's right. If they weren't forced to, who would want to die? All right, young master. Since you don't want to go back, we'll go back first. This is the Lu family's contact crystal. The guardian crystal given to you by the Patriarch can no longer be used, right? We've only just arrived at the battlefield and can't condense a guardian crystal right away. That's why we're giving you this contact crystal first. If you need any help, you can contact us through it. During the War of the Monarchs, many of our Lu family's powerhouses who've arrived at the battlefield in the outer realms won't leave casually. After all, it's time for some things. A cold glint flashed across Lu Mu's eyes. Lu Feng naturally knew that this coldness was directed at the races and powers that had provoked the Lu family. Lu Feng nodded gently. A guardian crystal wasn't something that could be condensed just because one wanted to. Even with Lu Xiaoran's strength as a monarch, he had only condensed 3 guardian crystals after such a long time in the battlefield. All right, if necessary, I'll contact the family elders at any time. Lu Mu nodded gently. He looked at Lu Xiaoran and slowly said, Xiaoran, since the young master has already acknowledged your identity, you should return to the clan with me and add your name to the genealogy. Logically speaking, Lu Xiaoran should have been very happy and agreed immediately. However, this time, a trace of hesitation appeared on Lu Xiaoran's face. Upon seeing this, Lu Feng and Lulu naturally understood the reason. Lu Feng also knew that Lu Xiaoran couldn't explain this, so he simply spoke up. Patriarch Lu Mu, third grandfather will probably have to wait for a while. Something has happened to third madam. That's why third grandfather's main body has been guarding third madam. Why don't we just wait for a while? When third madam recovers, third grandfather and third madam can return home together. When he heard this, Lu Xiaoran looked at Lu Feng with a grateful gaze. He knew that Lu Feng had said all this for his sake. Back then, Lu Xiaoran had broken off relations with the Lu family because of his wife. Now, it was also because of her that Lu Xiaoran couldn't immediately return to the family tree. Such behavior would make the Lu family unhappy. Therefore, he really couldn't explain it. However, it was different when Lu Feng said it, because Lu Feng had called her third madam. His words had already confirmed Lu Xiaoran's wife's identity. Lu Xiaoran's wife wasn't the sacred lady of the Tiandao race's ruling branch. She was just Lu Feng's third madam and the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Chapter 448. Lu Mu fell silent. He knew that Lu Feng had said this on purpose. However, Lu Mu naturally wouldn't refute such minor details. For the sake of Lu Feng, the ancestors, who had always regarded the glory of the Lu family as their most important responsibility, had even asked Lu Feng to step back when necessary. In that case, Lu Xiaoran's problem was really not a big deal. A moment later, Lu Mu smiled gently. Yes, let's do as the young master said. When your wife is ready, bring her along to the human king planet. Lu Xiaoran nodded solemnly. There was an unprecedented solemnity in his eyes. Looking at this scene, Lu Mu sighed inwardly. He knew that if Lu Feng hadn't said anything, it would have been impossible for Lu Xiaoran to bring the Sky Dao Wuling Saintess back to the human king planet. This was Lu Feng's influence in the Lu family. However, Lu Feng hesitated for a moment before speaking up. When they heard Lu Feng's words, everyone turned to look at Lu Feng. Patriarch Lu Mu, when you return this time, can you bring Lulu with you? After all, the battlefield in the outer region is extremely chaotic now. It's time for her to go back. Hearing this, Lulu was the first to disagree. Going to the Lu family's human king planet didn't mean anything to her. In her opinion, as long as she could be with Lu Feng and her grandfather, she didn't mind going anywhere. However, now that she was asked to go alone, how could Lulu agree? She ran to Lu Feng's side and shook Lu Feng's arm repeatedly, hoping that Lu Feng would change his mind. However, Lu Feng ignored her completely. In a fit of anger, Lulu went to Lu Xiaoran's side and kept calling him grandfather. Unfortunately, although Lu Xiaoran doted on his granddaughter, he wouldn't give in to her on certain matters. Lu Xiaoran ignored Lulu and looked at Lu Mu instead. When she saw this, Lulu knew that there was nothing she could do. She sat down in a fit of pique. In a short period of time, she had already thought of many ways to resolve this. Unfortunately, she also knew that these methods were useless in the face of an almighty in the king realm. Therefore, she could only hope that Lu Mu wouldn't agree. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't listen to her prayer this time. Lu Mu only hesitated for a moment before he completely agreed. Lu Feng and Lu Xiaoran smiled in relief. Although Lulu had left alone and headed to the human king planet, the ancestral home of the Lu family, Lu Xiaoran was not worried that Lulu would be bullied. As the patriarch of the Lu family, he could naturally see how much Lu Feng doted on Lulu. In order to ensure that Lu Feng wouldn't have any complaints about the Lu family, they would definitely treat Lulu well when they returned. When Lu Feng saw Lulu sitting there sulking alone, he smiled and walked to her side. However, Lulu was still in a fit of anger and didn't even look at Lu Feng. Lu Feng could only put in a good word for her and promise her all kinds of conditions. After a long time, Lulu finally stopped being angry. In fact, Lulu also understood this. Although she was young, she had a lot of experience. Lulu naturally knew that she was a burden here. However, because of emotional reasons, she didn't want to leave even though she knew this. Now that Lu Feng had explained and apologized, she slowly got over it. When Lu Feng left, Lulu still had a teary look on her face. "Cousin, you have to come back soon." Lu Feng smiled, looked at Lulu, and nodded gently. That night, Lu Mu left with Lulu. The other two patriarchs of the Lu family also left together. As for Lu Xiaoran's clone, he also disappeared completely. Now that he didn't have to worry about Lulu, he could finally focus on his wife. Jehua Weiyue was the only one left. Without Lu Xiaoran and Lulu as a burden, he could be considered completely free. Lu Feng wasn't worried about Jehua Weiyue in the slightest. He naturally knew what kind of person the sacred race's successor was. Relying on the terrifying artifacts and secret treasures on his body, even a god would have a headache if they encountered him. Lu Feng returned to the Federation's central building alone. Lu Feng didn't cultivate. Instead, he went to find Su Ling, who was with many other grandmasters. Lu Feng took Su Ling's disciple away. No matter what, he had to say something. After calling Su Ling out, Lu Feng hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior Su Ling, there's something I want to talk to you about." Hearing this, Su Ling just smiled and said, "It's about Lulu, right?" Lu Feng was taken aback, but he quickly understood that Lu Xiaoran must have informed Su Ling. Both of them were powerful existences. If they wanted to contact each other in the same city, they could do so at any time. Lu Feng's face showed a trace of awkwardness. "I'm really sorry for not informing you in advance." Su Ling waved his hand gently. "It's not a big deal. Even if you didn't tell me, I was planning to let Lulu leave the battlefield after this. The Outland battlefield was now in complete chaos. With the arrival of Wang Zhan, countless ancient almighty experts were awakened and entered the battlefield in the outer realm as protectors. Although I'm a mid-level heavenly master, because of my alchemy skills, my combat power is very weak. At most, I'm just an ordinary powerhouse. If there's a shocking battle, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to protect Lulu. Lu Feng was silent. He knew that Su Ling was just comforting him. Although this was the real situation, the battlefield in the outer realm was far from the level of almighties that the Void Spirit had described. Su Ling did this just to give him a way out of the embarrassing situation. Seeing Lu Feng's silent appearance, Su Ling knew that Lu Feng had already thought of it. He laughed and patted Lu Feng's shoulder gently. This is really my idea. Moreover, I still need your help after the Alchemy Master Conference. My care? Lu Feng was slightly taken aback and looked at Su Ling in confusion. Yes, when I go to your Lu family's Earth King planet, I still need you, the young master of the Lu family, to take care of me. At this moment, a trace of excitement appeared on Lu Feng's face. Who was Su Ling? He was a peerless figure in alchemy who was ranked 4th after the top 3 alchemy saint masters in the world. No matter where he went, he would receive the highest treatment. Even if the Lu family was the number 1 family in the world, even if the Lu family had alchemy Saint Master Lu. But for an alchemy grandmaster like Su Ling, they were still very welcoming. Therefore, Lu Feng was naturally more than willing to go to the Lu family. Don't worry, you will definitely receive the highest treatment in the Lu family. I, Lu Feng, can guarantee this. Su Ling nodded gently, looked at Lu Feng, and didn't say a word. Finally, he turned around and left. The first day of the Alchemy Conference was the opening ceremony, which was also the time for the younger generation to compete. In the following days, it was time for the Grandmasters to give lectures. The 20 days after the end of the lecture were the favorite days for alchemists, spiritual force masters, and martial artists. During the next 20 days, they would exchange openly, purchase divine items, and refine elixirs. It could be said that many people had come to Medicine Divine City to participate in the Alchemy Conference, besides the final day of the Alchemy Conference, mainly for these 20 days. In the outside world, if one wanted to buy elixirs, in addition to having enough money and divine items, they also needed to have certain connections. Otherwise, no matter how rich one was, they wouldn't be able to buy a grade 3 elixir. However, these 20 days were different. During these 20 days, the vast majority of alchemists in the universe would gather in Medicine Divine City. They would exchange pointers or purchase divine items to refine elixirs as they pleased. Generally, the refined elixirs would be sold directly. For those who didn't have any connections, this was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. During these 20 days, various large families and forces would come here to recruit some alchemists. After all, this was the only time in 100 years that most of the grandmasters in the universe would gather together for 20 days. Therefore, for most people, these 20 days were the real alchemy conference. Lu Feng didn't waste any time during these 20 days. This was because there was no possibility of communication between him and those alchemists. For Lu Feng, the so-called divine items didn't matter at all. In the Alchemist Federation, he was considered a relatively special existence. Whatever he needed, the Alchemist Federation would provide. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't lack any divine items when he refined elixirs here. Therefore, during these 20 days, Lu Feng chose to comprehend the shocking ancient book that he had just obtained, the Book of the Human King. The next day, Lu Feng came out of the Alchemy Master Center early in the morning. Before he left, he had already told Wang Gui that during these 20 days, he would find a place in Medicine Divine City to slowly comprehend the Book of the Human King. As for where he wanted to go, Wang Gui naturally understood. According to the instructions on his identification card, Lu Feng quickly found his destination, the Realm of Time. Back in Green Mist City, Lu Feng had used the Realm of Time to raise his telekinesis level to the Great Telekinesis Grandmaster level. This time, Lu Feng still needed the help of the Realm of Time. It had to be said that Medicine Divine City was one of the most prosperous cities in the entire foreign battleground. Nothing here could be compared to those small cities. Even the Realm of Time was 100 times larger than the Realm of Time in Green Mist City. After walking through the entrance, Lu Feng went directly to the counter. "May I ask what you need, young master?" Basically, the receptionists at the front desk of all the guilds and service halls were all female. Moreover, as the level of the place increased, the female receptionists would become more beautiful and more in line with the aesthetic standards of the pinnacle advanced races. The receptionist in front of him was a female receptionist from the Tiandao race. In terms of appearance, Lu Feng believed that if she were to dress up a little, she would definitely become the most famous celebrity in the Federation. Chapter 449. Give me a place where I can cultivate 10 times faster. It had to be said that the level of the city was different and the quality of the service staff was also different. Back in Qinglan City, Lu Feng had only asked for a place where he could cultivate 6 times faster. That had already shocked the service staff. Now, he needed a place where he could cultivate 10 times faster. However, the beautiful service staff did not react at all. This was a clear indication of a difference. "All right, sir. How much time do you need?" Lu Feng knew that it would take at least a month to cultivate in the Realm of Time. However, he had to come out in 20 days to watch the final competition. Therefore, Lu Feng hesitated for a moment before saying, "Give me a place where I can cultivate for 20 days. In addition, I will pay according to the monthly fee. I hope that you can wake me up if I don't come out in 20 days. Perhaps this had happened many times in Medicine God City, so the service staff from the Tiandao clan did not react strangely. She nodded slightly. She took the identification card from Lu Feng and swiped it gently. The service staff smiled and walked out of the front desk to lead Lu Feng inside. After taking the identification card back, Lu Feng did not put it away immediately. Instead, he opened the option for the divine item points. He wanted to see how many divine item points Patriarch Lu Mu had transferred to him. However, when Lu Feng glanced at it, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The corners of Lu Feng's eyes twitched slightly when he saw the amount displayed. The amount on it was a little too shocking. The Lu family is really rich. This was Lu Feng's only thought. Cultivating for a month in a time realm that was 10 times faster would require 256 million divine item points. If he added the 5 million divine item points, the balance in Lu Feng's card would exceed 100 million divine item points. 100 million divine item points was a terrifying number. Perhaps even an ordinary almighty in the King Realm would not have as many divine item points as he did. However, Lu Feng soon felt relieved. In terms of value, the superior grade 8 secret treasure that Lu Mu had given him was much more valuable than these divine items, not to mention the Human King scripture. Low-grade 8th grade artifacts were meant for true gods to use. As for mid-tier 8th grade artifacts, they were used by heavenly gods. As for high-tier 8th grade artifacts, they were artifacts used by Stage 1 to Stage 4 Virtual King. Such a thing was priceless in itself. If a price had to be set, it would probably be in the hundreds of millions. And what Lu Mu gave Lu Feng was a secret treasure. Furthermore, it was a defensive artifact. Compared to an ordinary high-grade 8th grade artifact, the value of this artifact was at least 10 times more. It could be said that just that defensive artifact alone was worth billions of gold coins. Of course, if it was the Human King scripture, then it was basically impossible to buy even a little bit of it at any price. After figuring everything out, Lu Feng didn't feel so scared when he saw the number of divine item points on his identification card. However, with these divine item points, I can guarantee the fastest cultivation speed in a short period of time, even if I leave the Alchemist Alliance. After taking a deep breath, Lu Feng followed the footsteps of the attendant and finally stepped into the cultivation area. "Young master, according to your instructions, the time mirror will stop operating in 20 days. There will be a notification at that time. You can just come out when the time comes." Lu Feng nodded gently. The attendant smiled faintly and turned to leave. Walking into the cultivation place, Lu Feng once again felt the illusion of time anomaly, but the difference was that the time anomaly here was not so strong. It's a pity that in the time mirror of the Outland battlefield, the maximum multiplier is 10 times. It is far inferior to the 100 times of Dao Songtian's time mirror. However, 10 times is enough for me to cultivate. He had 20 days of cultivation time. In the time mirror, these 20 days were equivalent to 200 days. To Lu Feng, 200 days was more or less enough time. However, I still can't go too deep now. After all, in another 70 days or so, I will succeed in the initial stage of the immortal state. At that time, I will really transform completely. Once he reached the initial stage of the immortal state, the changes it would bring would be absolutely unimaginable. First of all, Lu Feng's strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. In terms of martial arts, due to the further strengthening of the primitive immortal power, his power would also increase slightly when he used supreme immortal techniques. Most importantly, there would be changes in the psychic aspect. After entering the level of a psychic, Lu Feng could rely on these resources to raise his level to the pinnacle of the psychic realm as soon as possible. When the time came and he used the Qingming sky, his power would be incomparably terrifying. At that time, just by relying on the limitless Qingming sky, he would have the qualifications to look directly at a fourth-stage demigod. The leaps in my strength are all like a blowout. Although no matter if it was the great devil true body or the primordial scripture, if one wanted to cultivate them, the price to pay was unimaginable, but their effects were obvious. Moreover, after each success, as long as I have a huge amount of resources, my breakthrough will be absolutely rapid. Of course, my strength will also increase explosively. Regardless of whether it was the Great Devil True Body or the Origin Sutra, as long as Lu Feng could raise his level by a small stage, regardless of whether it was from initial stage to advanced stage or from comprehension to initial stage, as long as this small stage was reached, then his strength would increase explosively. Every time, the range of his challenge would not be raised by a small stage, but by 4 small stages, a large stage. When I raise my psychic level to the pinnacle of the psychic realm, although my main body is still at the pinnacle of the evolution stage, I will not be afraid of any 4th stage demigod. At this moment, Lu Feng was filled with confidence and unprecedented pride. Although a psychic's killing power was enough to fight against any 4th stage demigod, Lu Feng's main body was still at the pinnacle of the evolution stage. Originally, if he encountered a 4th stage demigod, he would be annihilated with just a casual attack. However, the lucky one was that Lu Mu had given Lu Feng the high-grade secret treasure. That armor secret treasure had a terrifying weakening ability. He could completely weaken a 4th stage demigod's killing power to the pinnacle of the perfection stage. As for a pinnacle of the perfection stage, Lu Feng's main body could completely deal with it. After I became a psychic, my killing power is sufficient, and my defense is also sufficient. It can be said that I am completely equivalent to a 4th stage demigod. 4th stage demigod. How terrifying was that title? This was practically the most extreme existence below the deities. In the Federation, a demigod was enough to become one of the most terrifying figures in the Federation. Even a 1st stage demigod would be considered a formidable person in the entire universe. In this foreign battlefield, although there were countless experts, a demigod still belonged to the category of terrifying combat power. A demigod existence was the most extreme combat power that many people could see on the surface. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was only 18 years old, yet he already had such strength. This was indeed shocking. A satisfied smile hung on the corner of Lu Feng's mouth as he felt extremely satisfied. Perhaps the strongest level I can reach now is only to contend with the immortal king on the surface. Even so, this is enough. His existence is really too terrifying. That is a power that only those in the last stage of the war of the immortals can possess. Moreover, I can feel that the Immortal King's trump card is absolutely shocking. The supreme power that he has comprehended is definitely not just the 6 types. An Immortal King could shock the world and make people tremble. Although Lu Feng believed that his future was terrifying, he knew that he was still a little lacking compared to the current Immortal King. Now, let's take a look at the strongest 3-lord scripture in history, the Peerless Human King Scripture. The 3-lord scripture had shocked the world and caused countless eras to tremble. Of course, before the Human King Scripture had appeared, there had only been 2 Lord Scriptures. After the Human King Scripture had appeared in this era, it could be compared to the 3 Lord Scriptures. This was enough to show how terrifying the Human King Scripture was. Lu Feng entered the divine plane in his spiritual sea and sat cross-legged on it. Beside him, the independent aura of the second primordial spirit had become even stronger. Lu Feng knew that in 70 days, the second primordial spirit would reach a small success. At that time, not only would he be able to break through, but he would also be able to summon the second primordial spirit to help him in battle. Lu Feng didn't pay any more attention to this. He began to study the records related to the Human King Scripture in his memories. 10 days, 10 whole days. Lu Feng had only finished reading the entire Human King Scripture once, yet it had taken him 10 days. Without a doubt, this was extremely frightening. One had to know that although Lu Fenglai couldn't understand ordinary cultivation techniques instantly, he would be able to figure out the principles within a few minutes at most. But now, he had spent 10 days just to read through the Human King Scripture once. 10 days was only enough to read through a short section, let alone comprehend it. Lu Feng opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. His face was filled with shock. The Human King Scripture is indeed a supreme Lord Scripture. It's terrifying, really terrifying. Just this part of the Wang Tong chapter is already so terrifying and difficult to comprehend. It's really unbelievable. How terrifying will the later chapters be? In his mind, he started to recall the records of the Wang Tong chapter. The Wang Tong chapter could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be difficult. Among them, there were only 3 types of ultimate skills. These 3 ultimate skills were definitely utmost exalted divine skills. The earthly king, the heavenly king, and the most terrifying of all, the human king. The 3 kings can easily change heaven and earth and overturn time and space in an instant. If the kings don't move, heaven and earth will be unaffected. If the kings don't move, time will dim and life will cease to exist. The earthly king, the heavenly king, and the final human king were the only 3 supreme skills in the Wang Tong chapter. However, these 3 supreme skills were filled with countless variations and were filled with an unimaginable mystery. My Lu family's ancestor, the human king, was indeed amazing. The reason he created the Human King Scripture was not to compare with the other 2 royal scriptures. His true goal was to surpass them. In ancient legends, there were legends of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors among the ancestors of the human race. These 3 sovereigns were the most supreme existences. However, the human king created the 3 kings because he wanted to be on par with the ancestors of the human race. In ancient times, the ancestors of the human race had 3 sovereigns: the heavenly king, the earthly king, and the human king. The human king had created the 3 kings: the earthly king, the heavenly king, and the strongest human king, which symbolized his own existence. What kind of breadth of mind was this? Although Lu Feng's goal had always been to become the human king, he couldn't help but be subdued by the human king's tyranny at the moment. There's still 70 days left. I wonder if I will be able to comprehend the existence of the earthly king in these 70 days. Without any hesitation, Lu Feng sank into a state of comprehension once again. The earthly king was similar to the human race's ancestor, the earthly king. He was the king of the earth. Everything he stepped on was the earth. As long as he was on the earth, he was the supreme king. The earthly king was the simplest of the 3 kings. It was also the power that was the smallest. Even so, there was still a terrifying existence. Lu Feng continued to evolve in the spiritual plane of his sea of consciousness. It was a pity that he couldn't even use the simplest concept of the Earth King move during the first 100 attempts. Chapter 450. After 100 attempts, there wasn't the slightest bit of improvement. Suddenly, Lu Feng stopped. He knew that the direction of his comprehension was wrong. Lu Feng exited the divine plane of the sea of consciousness and sat quietly in the empty realm of time. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. After pondering this for a moment, Lu Feng's eyes became brighter and brighter. Yes, the Lu family's human king scripture can only be used by the Lu family bloodline. The reason for this is the bloodline of the Lu family. The reason why the bloodline of the Lu family is different from the other bloodlines of the Divine King, besides the strength of their own power, is the human king projection. Wang Dong, Wang Dong. Without a king, how can it move? Lu Feng vaguely understood. He knew that he had been thinking in the wrong direction. Therefore, this time, his bloodline started to boil. Behind him, that terrifying, invincible figure slowly walked out of the long river of time and space. His eyes were indifferent, as if nothing in the entire universe could move him in the slightest. This was the bloodline projection of the first king since ancient times, the human king. As he felt the blood in his body boil, Lu Feng felt an impulse to roar at the sky. This feeling of being filled with power made one's soul tremble. His body was already suspended unnaturally in the void. In an instant, he looked like a supreme king descending to the mortal world. Gradually, Lu Feng calmed down and shut his eyes slightly. He entered a strange state where he allowed his bloodline to boil without doing anything. This wait lasted for an entire day. Finally, after waiting for such a long time, Lu Feng opened his eyes and said, "The Earth King, move." Behind Lu Feng, the phantom of the human king actually moved. It wasn't under Lu Feng's control at all. It actually started to move on its own. At the moment, Lu Feng was clearly standing in the void. However, an invincible power fluctuation came from the position beneath his feet. Wherever my feet reach, it doesn't matter if it's a void or an ocean. It doesn't matter if it's a sea of stars or space-time. As long as my feet arrive, everything will tremble. Everything will become my power. Is this the Earth King projection? How terrifying and unparalleled. Lu Feng could clearly sense that the boundless power was still converging. Once it reached its peak, he would be able to unleash the simplest supreme skill of the Human King Manual, the Earth King projection. However, Lu Feng still didn't use this brilliant and terrifying Earth King move. At the very last moment, he stopped his attack. It wasn't that Lu Feng couldn't use it, but that he didn't dare to. The Earth King projection is indeed terrifying. The Human King Manual is indeed unparalleled. Just the first move, the Earth King projection, is already unparalleled in the world. I'm afraid that once I use it, the power of the Earth King projection will be able to erupt with a battle prowess close to my rank 7 in an instant. Lu Feng had only activated the power of his bloodline. He was in the realm of rank 6. However, once the Earth King projection was unleashed, the power of the Earth King projection was enough to allow him to possess the battle prowess of a rank 7 in an instant. Terrifying, truly incomparably terrifying. This time, if you guys use any supreme skills, I won't be afraid at all. Back then, when he faced the Heavenly King had used many terrifying supreme skills like the Great Chaotic Sky, causing Lu Feng to almost fall into despair. Without this supreme skill, a Heavenly King of the same rank wouldn't be Lu Feng's match at all. However, after using it, it was powerful to such an extent. It could be seen that this supreme skill was incomparably terrifying. I finally understand why other existences can't use the Human King Manual, even if they obtain it. The Human King Manual says that one must have the will and majesty of a king. If one doesn't have the heart of an emperor, then even if one obtains it, it will be useless. Moreover, the supreme skill in the Human King Manual seems to be related to the martial artist's own will. The more terrifying the Emperor's will is, the more terrifying and unparalleled the Human King Manual will be when used. Lu Feng finally understood completely. He took a deep breath, his expression filled with excitement. Lu Feng knew that the Human King Manual was simply prepared for him. His Emperor's will was countless times stronger than anyone else's. This was because his title was Emperor. What he walked was the comprehension of a supreme king and emperor. For example, although the immortal king's aptitude was not inferior to his, even if he obtained the Human King Manual, it would be useless. This was because their comprehension was different. Even if he had the Human King Manual, it would be useless. As he thought of this, Lu Feng dispersed the terrifying Earth King power and returned to his previous indifferent state. I'm afraid that comprehending the three king moves shouldn't be too difficult for me. Being so compatible with this cultivation method allowed Lu Feng to cultivate and comprehend it with half the effort. In addition to his own uniqueness, Lu Feng was able to summon the Human King projection in an instant. However, I don't know if I can also use the Earth King move after reaching the limit. This was what Lu Feng was most worried about. If he could only use it with the help of the Human King projection, then the Human King Manual would be of little value to him. After all, he was only using his bloodline, which was only at the 6th level. Even if he used the Earth King move, or even the most terrifying Human King move, his power would only reach the 7th level temporarily. If that was the case, he wouldn't even be able to go against the Sky Dao Crown Prince. As he thought of this, Lu Feng hesitated for a moment before finally making up his mind. In an instant, the power of the great devil boiled, and a golden aura appeared around him. The ancient great devil appeared, and the phantom of the great devil vanished. Then, all the strange phenomena disappeared, and the phantom of the great emperor reappeared. In a hazy moment, the sky-piercing Futu appeared and quietly bloomed behind Lu Feng. It was mysterious and majestic. It was an indescribable feeling of the strongest and the ultimate, the limit. This was Lu Feng's limit. He had even used the primitive immortal power. At that moment, he had entered the realm of the pinnacle, where he was able to utilize all 4 kinds of supreme force. He could feel that his body was already at the limit of his combat power. Lu Feng took a deep breath and began to use the power of the Earth King move. In an instant, Lu Feng felt it. He felt the entire space-time tremble, as if all the power in the world had emerged and was surging toward him. Terrifying. It was really incomparably horrifying. It was so powerful that it was more than 10 times stronger than when he had only used the Human King projection. This is too inconceivable. Lu Feng's face was slightly red. Such a powerful force made it difficult for him to control it. This power was simply too terrifying and unparalleled. Trying hard to suppress the force, Lu Feng began to slowly disperse the terrifying force. This process lasted for a very long time. After all, the force that was condensed in an instant was almost all the power in the realm of time. When the last bit of energy dissipated, Lu Feng finally let out a long sigh of relief. With so much energy, he felt like he was treading on thin ice. He was afraid that he would accidentally release it and completely destroy this realm of time. After everything was done, a faint smile appeared on Lu Feng's face. He knew that his idea would work. Whether it was the Human King or the Emperor, as long as he had the supreme will of the Emperor, it was enough. Actually, the fundamental mystery of the Human King scripture has nothing to do with bloodline. The people of the Lu family have the Human King's bloodline, so their bloodline contains the will of the Emperor, which is why they can use it. The other people have never had this before, so they can't use it. This was the true mystery of the Human King scripture. After taking a deep breath, Lu Feng closed his eyes again. Although he could condense power, he still didn't understand the true mystery of the earthly King Tong. Therefore, Lu Feng once again returned to the spiritual sea's divine plane and started the process of comprehension. On the 70th day, Lu Feng woke up. It wasn't that the earthly King Tong had been completely comprehended. On the contrary, The earthly King Tong was too profound. Although he could condense power, Lu Feng still couldn't completely execute it. The reason he had woken up was because Lu Feng had already sensed it. Is it finally going to be completed? As he looked at the second primordial spirit beside him and sensed its completely independent aura, Lu Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. He knew that the time for the true transformation had arrived. Finally, when the last trace of aura condensed, the second primordial spirit, which had been sitting quietly in the sky above the spiritual sea's divine plane, opened its eyes. Previously, the terrifying fluctuations in the spiritual sea's spiritual sea had seemed to want to devour heaven and earth. However, when the second primordial spirit opened its eyes, all the surging waves disappeared and everything returned to tranquility. Lu Feng could sense that the primitive immortal power in the spiritual sea's divine plane had actually become stronger and evolved once again. I have woken up. Lu Feng's second primordial spirit smiled as he looked at Lu Feng and said, "Don't worry." On the other hand, Lu Feng smiled and nodded his head gently. Just now, he had sensed that the connection between him and his second primordial spirit had temporarily disappeared. However, in the next moment, the connection had reappeared. Furthermore, Lu Feng felt that it was even more peculiar. Although he didn't know the reason, Lu Feng didn't care. After all, the second primordial spirit was now completely under his perception. At this moment, Lu Feng felt as though there were two of him. He had all the vision of the second primordial spirit and all the senses of the second primordial spirit. His heart seemed to have been divided into two parts. Both parts were Lu Feng. Lu Feng knew that the second primordial spirit had finally reached the small success stage. As he looked at the second primordial spirit, Lu Feng's smile became even brighter. From now on, we will fight side by side. From now on, we will rule the world together. Chapter 451. The second primordial spirit had reached the initial success stage, which meant that he had reached the third stage of the Origin Sutra, the initial success stage of the divine state. Lu Feng had finally succeeded. He could feel that he was already a true spiritual telekinesis master. As long as he walked out of this place and consumed a huge amount of elixirs to raise his grade to the pinnacle of the spiritual telekinesis master level, he would have the strength to fight against a demigod of the fourth level. You should continue cultivating and strive to reach the great success stage as soon as possible. Advancing from the initial success stage to the great success stage would only make the second primordial spirit stronger. However, the time required was extremely terrifying. It would take at least 6,000 days. Even in this abyss at the edge, it would take at least 1,500 days. That was almost equivalent to 5 years. Even with the second primordial spirit's continuous cultivation, it would still take 1,000 days. That would be 3 years. Lu Feng understood that he wouldn't be able to reach the great success stage in a short period of time. Of course, he could use the time mirror to pass these 1,000 days at the fastest speed possible. However, Lu Feng also understood that this was impossible. This was because even if he could gather 1,000 days in a short period of time, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to advance. This was also the limitation of the Origin Sutra. After all, if this was really the case, then it would be a little too heaven-defying. In order to advance, in addition to time, various kinds of comprehension had to be achieved. Moreover, there was a minimum gap in time. Although he didn't know the exact time, Lu Feng understood that when the time was right, he would naturally be able to advance. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the second primordial spirit nodded gently and immediately continued its long cultivation. Lu Feng nodded gently as he watched the second primordial spirit once again immerse itself in cultivation. He had originally thought that he would be crazily excited, but when everything was done, he only felt a slight sense of excitement. He didn't feel completely excited. For the remaining 130 days, Lu Feng was comprehending the book of the human king. Unfortunately, when the time was up, Lu Feng didn't comprehend the Earth King move. Lu Feng had wasted almost all of his time on the Earth King Tong. Even when it was over, he still hadn't fully comprehended it. The human king scripture is indeed frightening. Even with my advantageous conditions, after spending 200 days, I am still unable to fully comprehend the first style of the most primitive Wang Tong chapter, the Earth King move. In that case, how terrifying would the later Earth King move and the strongest Man King move be? Lu Feng felt a little helpless, but he didn't care about it. If the mortal king scripture was so easy to comprehend, then it wouldn't be worthy of being one of the 3 world-shaking royal scriptures. All right, today should be the climax of the Alchemy Conference, which is also the time for the final showdown. Now it is time to leave. Although Lu Feng hadn't fully comprehended the Earth King, it wouldn't be too much of a problem if he wanted to use it. During these 200 days, Lu Feng's divine realm had also reached the small success realm. It could be said that since Lu Feng had started cultivating, this was the first time that his cultivation level as a psychic master had surpassed his own as a martial artist. The current him was already strong enough to contend with any peak demigod. After he raised his psychic master level to the peak of the spiritual psychic master level, he would be able to become a demigod at the peak of the 4th level. Therefore, Lu Feng was really satisfied. After coming out of the time realm, Lu Feng headed straight to the Medicine God Square. He knew that the final showdown was about to begin. At the peak of the Alchemy Conference, the most eye-catching event was the final showdown. It could be said that this represented the pinnacle of the current alchemy masters. On this day, not only would many grandmasters from the Alchemy Masters Guild appear, but even terrifying existences from other races would also appear to show their respect. Therefore, in this final showdown, not only would there be alchemy masters and some onlookers, but there would also be terrifying powerhouses at the peak, even kings. By the time Lu Feng arrived at the Medicine God Square, there was already a real sea of people there. The number was several times more than during the previous showdown of the younger generation. Ordinary people couldn't enter the central area to watch. After all, it was impossible to enter the central area without a sufficiently distinguished identity. However, Lu Feng was different because he was an alchemy master. Wearing the clothes of a level 4 alchemy master, Lu Feng's journey was completely unimpeded. Soon, Lu Feng had arrived at the most central area of the Medicine God Square. Lu Feng had been here more than a dozen times, but this time, the Medicine God Square shocked Lu Feng the most. He didn't know when, but a terrifying giant ring had appeared in the sky above the center of the square. One had to know that this wasn't formed by the condensation of mind power. This was a real existence that had been built in the void. A complete arena suspended in the void. It's at least 100,000 square meters in radius. 100,000 square meters. Such an area was absolutely shocking. After all, this was built in the void. A terrifying existence had changed the laws of this area to be able to build it in the void. There were already many existences standing on the ring. Those were truly terrifying powerhouses. Originally, according to Lu Feng's identity, he was absolutely qualified to go up. After all, Lu Feng had already shown enough on the path of alchemy. Moreover, he was also a monstrous genius of the new era. No matter what, there should be a place for him in this ring. However, Lu Feng didn't go up. He just stood below, quietly, and looked up at the sky. It was indeed good to go up, but unfortunately, Lu Feng didn't dare to go up. This was because there were many almighties of the king realm and noble existences of various great races. It was hard to guarantee that none of them had seen him in the massacre abyss before. Therefore, Lu Feng still didn't go up. Hey, isn't this Futu? Why are you down there? The place where Lu Feng stood was where the alchemists were gathered. Many alchemists were gathered here. They weren't qualified to go up, so they could only watch from the best position below. However, when these people saw that Lu Feng didn't go up, they were very puzzled. These people knew that although it was impossible for non-alchemy masters to go up, who was Lu Feng? As a peerless genius of the alchemy Tao, he was qualified to go up there. After all, In addition to the noble existences and many alchemy masters, there were also many geniuses and monsters. At the very least, all the monsters who had made it to the finals of the grand competition had made it there. Therefore, when these people saw that Lu Feng didn't go up there, they felt a little puzzled. Lu Feng smiled faintly. He naturally couldn't tell them the real reason. There's no difference between the top and bottom for me. Moreover, there are too many noble existences up there. I'm not so used to it. Hearing this, the alchemist who spoke before nodded in understanding. He knew that Lu Feng was right. Surrounded by so many alchemists of the King Realm, Lu Feng, who wasn't even a god, would naturally feel pressured. I see, but to be honest, the top position is better. This time, all 11 alchemists will participate in the pinnacle competition. This is the pinnacle of the competition in recent years. Lu Feng nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. He just looked up at the sky. As the highlight of the alchemy conference and the finale, it naturally couldn't end so hastily. As the most important person in the conference, Taratus naturally said something in the arena. However, because of his personality, Taratus didn't seem to like saying much. Therefore, he only said a few words casually before announcing the star of the competition. In the blink of an eye, the 11 masters descended onto the huge arena. These 11 alchemists were all alchemists. They were truly noble and noble existences. For them, the so-called cheers and ordinary glory didn't matter. Therefore, after they appeared, they didn't care about anything. Instead, they directly entered the level of refining elixirs. Looking at the countless strange phenomena in the sky, Lu Feng finally understood why these people were willing to come here to watch. Indeed, the elixirs refined by those low-level alchemists weren't very interesting. However, when these alchemists refined the legendary elixirs, there were countless shocking phenomena. Legendary elixirs were legendary because every legendary elixir was a fusion of divine objects recognized by the universe's fate. Even those alchemists of the King Realm needed a 7th-grade legendary elixir. The price of a 7th-grade legendary elixir, even the most ordinary one, was millions or even trillions of divine object points. Ordinary existences couldn't afford such a price at all. Lu Feng didn't say a word. He just stared fixedly at the sky, at the luxurious and gorgeous refining techniques of the 11 great alchemy grandmasters. Lu Feng also knew about these techniques. Moreover, there were many techniques in the pill scripture that surpassed these techniques. Unfortunately, Lu Feng still couldn't use them now. The refining of the 11 alchemists was almost synchronized. The appearance of the elixir was basically completed at the same time. Then, differences began to appear. The 11 alchemists all had their own elixirs that they were best at refining. Although this competition was similar to a performance, these alchemists didn't want to lose. Therefore, they all chose to refine the elixirs that they were best at. An hour passed very quickly. However, during this hour, no one felt the passage of time. This was because as these alchemists were about to complete their refining, more and more strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Vaguely, all kinds of terrifying majesty began to descend. Legendary elixirs already have a vague image of heaven-defying. Therefore, every time they appear, they will cause the destruction of the universe's laws. Fortunately, their degree of heaven-defying is very low. Therefore, this tribulation of elixirs is usually very easy to overcome. An alchemist next to Lu Feng explained to his good friend. Lu Feng didn't feel anything strange when he heard this. After all, he knew all these things. Finally, as the 11 terrifying tribulations descended, the atmosphere of the venue reached a climax. Tribulations, what terrifying tribulations! I wonder how many legendary elixirs will be destroyed this time. What a joke. Not to mention the fact that these masters are all almighty existences. Even the noble existences on the arena would not watch this pill die so easily. These elixirs are the most precious treasures. Sure enough, as these discussions fell, dozens of terrifying killing streaks appeared in the void. Lu Feng could sense that, although the range of these killing streaks wasn't very wide, The power of these streaks was incomparably terrifying. He was afraid that just a little bit of it would be enough to turn Lu Feng into ashes. Chapter 452. Any one of the dozens of killing streaks would have been enough to deal with this calamity perfectly. However, when dozens of streaks appeared together, the calamity was instantly annihilated. At this moment, countless auspicious signs appeared in the endless void above the arena. Multicolored lights filled the entire sky as the phenomenon of the immortal spirits appeared, looking extremely beautiful. Upon seeing this, Lu Feng knew that the elixir pills had succeeded. At this moment, everyone became excited. Normally, they would never have the chance to see a grade 7 elixir pill in their entire lives. However, this was a dream come true. They could even see 11 legendary grade elixir pills at once. Even if they were only able to take a look, this kind of opportunity made them extremely excited. At the same time, a figure slowly walked out from the most distinguished viewing platform on the arena. Lu Feng did not recognize this person either. However, this did not hinder Lu Feng's perception of him. This was an extremely terrifying existence. Among all the existences Lu Feng had seen, only the Lu family's great ancestor and second ancestor had given him such a feeling in the ancestral land of Lu Feng. Other than the two of them, even Lu Feng's teacher, Dao Song Tian, was far from being able to compare to this existence. Talatis walked out of the arena and instantly came to the side of that existence. He smiled and didn't suppress his voice at all. He directly said, "This is the current family head of the Serene Blood Tribe's Serene Blood Tribe, Serene Blood Jigue. This time he will be the judge." As soon as he said this, there was a brief moment of silence. Then, gasps of shock rang out continuously. Lu Feng was also slightly surprised. The Serene Blood Tribe was one of the top overlords of the current era. It was also the oldest overlord race with a terrifying background that was unimaginable. The first overlord of this era, Heavenly Venerate Hades, was an exceptional ancestor of the Serene Blood Tribe. As for the Stained Bloodline, it was quite famous in the entire universe. The Stained Bloodline clan had once given birth to 6 peerless divine king. The bloodline inheritance of the clan was incomparably terrifying. As for the Stained Bloodline Ji Gui, as the current patriarch of the Stained Bloodline clan, he was recognized as one of the peerless almighties in the universe. It was rumored that he had reached at least level 7 virtual king realm. In the entire universe, there were only a handful of people who could compare to him. With him as the judge, not only would he be able to hold the fort with his status, but his knowledge would also not be lacking. When he sensed the cheers of the millions of people present, the blood-stained Ji Gui gently pressed down on the air. Instantly, all sound disappeared. It wasn't that these people didn't want to speak, but that blood-stained Ji Gui used a shocking divine ability, completely locking down the space here. Of course, this confinement was only confined to the sound. However, this move had clearly intimidated countless existences. The imprisonment only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. However, those people did not make a sound. They already knew what blood-stained Ji Gui meant. Naturally, these people didn't dare to go against him. Sensing the silence, Ji Gui nodded. He went directly to the arena. "Grandmasters, please give me your elixirs. I think you can rest assured." When facing an alchemy grandmaster, who had a noble status and was as powerful as blood-stained Ji Gui, they had to show respect. The grandmasters nodded their heads gently. They casually waved the elixirs in their hands to blood-stained Ji Gui. When blood-stained Ji Gui received the elixirs, his eyes lit up slightly. Although a 7th grade legendary elixir was worth hundreds of trillions of divine object points. However, the prerequisite was that one also had to have connections. If one didn't have connections, they wouldn't be able to buy one elixir even with hundreds of trillions of divine object points. The value of these 11 elixirs was almost hundreds of trillions of divine object points. After using his divine sense to scan them, blood-stained Ji Gui made a judgment. Bloodstained Ji Gue glanced at the 11 grandmasters and hesitated slightly. Then, he looked at the many spectators. His voice rang out at that moment. The winner this time is Grandmaster Taradas from the Alchemist Alliance Center. The second is Grandmaster Void Spirit, and the third is Grandmaster Huang Mu. Nobody had any other thoughts about who the first and second place belonged to. After all, these two were publicly recognized as the ones closest to becoming alchemy grandmasters. However, the third rank left everyone slightly shocked. Among these people, the third place should be between Wang Gui, Yuan Ling, and Yu Huayan. These three people were publicly recognized as the second group. Who would have thought that this unknown itinerant cultivator, Huang Mu, would obtain the third place? However, everyone was only surprised by this result. They didn't question it at all, because they knew that although this result seemed to be made by bloodstained Ji Gue, it was publicly recognized by these grandmasters. Alright, that's all for the conference. I hope to see so many geniuses appear in the next centennial event. Next, everyone, Taradas' voice suddenly stopped, because at that moment, he saw something that he couldn't believe. Everyone looked at Taradas. When they saw his shocked expression, they were at a loss. Then, when they followed Taradas' gaze, they also saw a scene that stunned them. In the sky, outside the void arena, a figure was walking around quietly. His appearance came without the slightest warning. His existence didn't cause any abnormalities. Just like that, he walked indifferently in the sky. At that moment, everyone looked at him quietly. No one understood who he was, why he was here, and why he was here. Everything was a mystery that no one could solve. At that moment, many distinguished existences in the stand stood up at the same time. They actually all stood up at the same time and walked to the edge of the void arena. Vaguely, the crowd below the arena seemed to have sensed something. Everyone of them looked excited. One had to know that in the Medicine God Square, not just anyone could casually walk in the air. Especially during this peak stage alchemy competition, even those almighty existences would not dare to casually move about in the void unless they were requested to do so. After all, no one wanted to offend the Alchemy Guild. But now, such an existence had suddenly appeared in the void. This aroused the interest of many of the spectators. In an instant, many existences had appeared at the edge of the arena. Taradas stood at the very front, and beside him, the 10 alchemy grandmasters all had a strange look on their faces. Behind them were the truly terrifying almighty existences in the King Realm. Taradas looked at the motionless figure in the sky and was incomparably silent. The entire world was incomparably silent. After a long time, Taradas finally opened his mouth and asked slowly, "You, who are you?" His voice was incomparably indifferent, but when everyone heard it, they couldn't help but feel a sense of worship. Lu Feng knew that this voice contained the will of Taradas' heavenly master. It was a terrifying will that only an almighty existence could produce. The figure didn't say anything. Under such a will, he wasn't affected in the slightest. This scene caused many existences to be even more shocked and puzzled. Everyone was able to see and sense his cultivation level. The young figure, the indifferent and strange existence. He wasn't an almighty in the King Realm. He wasn't even a deity. He was a venerable warrior, but he was only a perfect beginner-stage warrior. But such a martial artist actually ignored the will of an almighty in the King Realm. Such a scene was shocking and unbelievable. Taradas looked at the young figure and waited for his answer. And so did everyone. Finally, after looking around the arena, the figure frowned slightly. His voice finally rang out once more. "He. Where is he?" Everyone was stunned once again. Where is he? Many existences looked at each other and saw the puzzled look in each other's eyes. Even those almighty in the King Realm and alchemy grandmasters in the arena were the same. These people didn't understand the meaning of a young figure's words at all. Such an existence suddenly appeared in front of them and said inexplicable words to them. This was simply an inexplicable thing. Everyone didn't understand and was endlessly puzzled. However, at this moment, there was only one person in the entire world who understood. He was Lu Feng. Feeling the familiar aura, Lu Feng gently exhaled. An incomparably complicated look appeared in his eyes. Lu Feng still remembered that the immortal king had said before he left. He said that a monstrous genius who wasn't any weaker than him had awakened. He would come and fight with him. That was an invincible monstrous genius of this era. He was at the same level as the immortal king, the most invincible monstrous genius who could shock billions of living beings in the universe. And that monstrous genius also used the taboo title. He was also the existence who stood at the peak of all monstrous geniuses, the taboo king. And he was called the Devil King. Lu Feng knew that only the Devil King could give him such a terrifying majesty and make his bloodline boil to the point of nothingness. Only this invincible monstrous genius who was acknowledged by the immortal king. Devil King. Devil King. With the name of Devil, he was the most invincible monstrous genius in the world. He was comparable to the immortal king in all aspects. The most invincible monstrous genius who was on par with the immortal king. He was the true taboo king. Sigh. He let out a long sigh. He had heard the immortal king mention it before. The Devil King would descend on the foreign battlefield in a few days to look for him. However, Lu Feng didn't expect that the Devil King would come so soon. He didn't have the slightest time to prepare. In the next moment, Lu Feng no longer concealed himself. Inexplicably, a kind of imprisonment was broken. It was the shackles of fate that imprisoned his monstrous strength and existence. It was a successful imprisonment by using the life chart technique. At this moment, Lu Feng no longer hid anything because he knew that since the Devil King had come here, he would definitely find him. Although he didn't know how the Devil King and the Immortal King found him, Lu Feng only knew one thing. That was, they were here. Since they were here, Lu Feng could either hide or face them. However, hiding was not the choice of Lu Feng at all. When Lu Feng was no longer imprisoned by his monstrous fate, the Devil King above the 9 heavens finally felt it. At this moment, his gaze passed through everyone's existence and finally landed on Lu Feng. The two of them looked at each other quietly, without the slightest movement. At this moment, everyone in the world had lost their traces of existence. Only the two of them were left. Everyone felt that something was wrong. When they saw Lu Feng, they were slightly stunned. However, they soon nodded gently. These people had vaguely understood something. No one spoke. More than 1 billion warriors and psyche masters were all quietly looking at the two of them. The atmosphere was incomparably solemn. After waiting for an unknown period of time, Lu Feng finally sighed slowly. The Immortal King once told me that you would come. Although I don't know how you and the Immortal King found me, I really didn't expect you to come so quickly. In the current world, I'm afraid you are one of the few existences that can make the Immortal King value you so much. The Taboo King, what a terrifying title. I'm afraid in the eyes of the Immortal King, even the Divine King is nothing more than this. Only you, the Devil King, can make him truly yearn for a battle. Devil King. Hearing this title, many existences were stunned. Then endless strange colors appeared on their faces. Chapter 453. Since ancient times, in countless eras, although the probability of the emergence of monstrous geniuses was too low, there were still some of them. If these countless eras were to be superimposed, then the number of monstrous geniuses that appeared would be a terrifying number. However, there were still some taboos among the monstrous geniuses of this era. Immortal King, Demon King, Divine King, Sage King, and Lu Feng's title of Emperor were all taboos. Of course, after this era, another human king would appear. These were all taboos. No one dared to use these 5 titles indiscriminately, because these 5 titles meant that the whole world was their enemy. It meant that the origin of the universe couldn't tolerate them. They were bound to be plagued with disasters in their lives. They were the taboo kings. However, in this era, first Lu Feng was the emperor, then the Immortal King shocked the world. And now, The Demon King had also appeared. Looking at the Demon King, Lu Feng sighed in his heart. In less than a month, the Demon King had already arrived. Lu Feng still remembered that the Immortal King had said that the Demon King was different from him. He had been severely injured and couldn't recover in a short time. However, the Demon King that Lu Feng saw this time was so terrifying. Perfect initial stage. This was a level more terrifying than the peak spiritual reader of the Immortal King. If the Demon King was at the same level as the Immortal King, then with his current cultivation base, the Demon King was already invincible under the Immortal Realm. Such a Demon King had nothing to do with being severely injured. The Demon King looked at Lu Feng. All his previous expressions had disappeared. What was left was only a kind of calmness that made one's soul tremble. As expected, he has already come to find you. It's a pity that you have disappointed him. Lu Feng's eyes trembled slightly. The corners of his mouth curled into a strange arc. That's right. I've disappointed him. Lu Feng still remembered what the Immortal King said when he arrived. He said that he had come late in the past. But this time he was early. He came too early, before Lu Feng had the ability to fight with him. This result made the Immortal King slightly disappointed. He is an existence that pursues perfection. Therefore, he will only face you at your peak when he is at his peak. As of now, you don't even have the qualifications to make him take action. Therefore, he left in the end. Lu Feng was silent, and so were the others. What happened was exactly as the Demon King had said. When the Immortal King descended, he did not really challenge Lu Feng to a duel. Instead, in the field of alchemy, he left completely after making some superficial duels. Lu Feng lifted his head and looked at the Devil King. At this moment, his smile became even more radiant and bizarre. Is it difficult? Are you disappointed too? My strength has let you down. The Demon King was silent. After a long while, he finally nodded. Perhaps you might be the monstrous genius of this epic. However, in my opinion, you are not qualified for my main body to take action. Right now, you don't have the right to use the title of Emperor. You are not considered the Taboo King. Main body. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at the Devil King with a strange emotion. Your main body. Lu Feng's question made everyone look at the Devil King at the same time. From these few words, they also learned a truth that made their hearts palpitate. The majesty of many immortal kings and the attention of 1 billion psyche masters was enough to make a demigod unbearable. However, at this moment, the Devil King acted as if he did not see it. He only smiled faintly and looked at Lu Feng. Yes, this is my main body. I believe the Immortal King has already told you. I was severely injured and will not be able to recover in a short time. Fortunately, I once cultivated a supreme divine ability. While I was recuperating, I created this clone and let him fight for me. Taking in a deep breath, these people looked at the Demon King with greedy eyes. To be able to create a clone, this was definitely a supreme divine ability. This kind of divine ability could only be achieved by immortal kings and above. However, the Devil King was only at the perfect beginner stage, but he could already do it. This showed how heaven-defying this divine ability was. However, these people recovered after a moment of greed. They had already heard the Devil King's words. This was only the clone of the Devil King, not his main body. Even if they caught it, they would not get anything. Looking at Lu Feng, the Devil King's voice was heard again. Besides, do you think you are qualified for my main body to descend? Humiliation. Naked humiliation. At this moment, Lu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, an endless cold light appeared in his eyes, even though he knew that the Demon King was right. However, he, Lu Feng, had never been humiliated like this since he became a supreme emperor. He stood quietly on the spot and looked at the Devil King. The coldness in Lu Feng's eyes became more and more obvious. It was so cold that it penetrated the bottom of one's heart. It was terrifying. Perhaps what you said is correct. However, did you really think that you would be able to defeat me with merely a clone of yours? Since you came here to fight with me, then, if you want to fight, I will fight. If you want to fight, I will fight. Fight, fight, fight. This was no longer a pure battle between cultivators. When the Devil King said those words, the battle between them had escalated into a real battle of glory. However, after hearing Lu Feng's overbearing battle intent, the Devil King suddenly laughed and then laughed loudly. His posture was incomparably crazy, which made people feel puzzled. After laughing, the Devil King finally looked over. Although I am different from the Immortal King, there are some similarities between us. However, there are still some similarities between us. That is, we will never bully the weak. The current you can't even compare to this clone of mine in terms of strength. Although my clone doesn't have the full power of my main body, ordinary 7th level monstrous geniuses are no match for me. Therefore, with your current cultivation, it's impossible for you to be a match for me. Therefore, you should go and cultivate for a while more. Lu Feng clenched his fists slightly. However, he soon released them gently. This was because Lu Feng knew that he was indeed not qualified to fight the Devil King, or even his clone. Lu Feng was slightly agitated. However, after a while, he calmed down completely. A strange expression appeared on the Devil King's face. However, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Feng looked at the Devil King in the sky and remained silent for a while. When the Devil King's laughter gradually disappeared, he finally said again, "In a month, I will be here waiting for your arrival." The moment he finished speaking, Lu Feng had already turned around and slowly walked outside. The Devil King stood quietly on the spot. His expression was strange. His smile had already disappeared, and what replaced it was a strange expression. He lowered his head and said softly, "In a month." The Devil King slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Feng's departing figure. His voice reverberated throughout the world. "In a month, I will be here waiting to fight you." A battle that would shock the world. The outer region battlefield was in turmoil. Even the entire universe was in turmoil. Countless experienced monstrous geniuses rushed to the outer region battlefield frantically. This was going to be a terrifying clash between the apex experts. It was going to symbolize the most brilliant clash on the path to becoming an emperor. As for the name Fu Tu, there was no record of it before. There was nothing about it. During the Grand Alchemy Conference, the name Futu appeared for the first time. What people really paid attention to was the words of the number 1 king, Immortal King. However, for days later, Fu Tu went berserk and suppressed hundreds of monstrous talents and geniuses by himself. He even killed hundreds of such existences directly. And that battle finally made many existences realize the terrifying meaning of the name Fu Tuesday. Now, the Devil King had appeared and dared to use such a title. He had even reached such a level. This was enough to show how terrifying he was. Such an extreme, monstrous genius of the epic, who could be called the Taboo King, had actually appeared and wanted to challenge Futu. Everyone could vaguely feel that Futu was probably an invincible, monstrous genius, not weaker than the two of them. If that wasn't the case, the two great existences would never have specially challenged him. Since the start of this era's War of the Kings, although there had been countless clashes in a short period of time, there were only 2 battles that left their names. That was the battle between the Emperor and Heavenly King, and the battle where Futu suppressed hundreds of monstrous geniuses and monstrous geniuses. And now, the 3rd battle was about to take place. Moreover, this 3rd battle was universally acknowledged to be the most glorious battle that would surpass any other battle. A titled Devil King is the pinnacle existence on par with the Immortal King. I reckon he has at least 6 supreme powers. Although the identity of this human Futu is unknown, he must be an invincible, monstrous genius to be able to make the Immortal King and Devil King challenge him personally. If not for the fact that he doesn't have a title, I would have thought that he was the Divine King or the Sage King. After all, only the Taboo King can make the Taboo King challenge him. The clash between these 2 invincible, monstrous geniuses will be more tragic than the battle between the Emperor and Heavenly King. In this epic, or in the countless epics, this would be one of the most dazzling collisions. This will be comparable to the final battle of the Emperor's Path. Countless existences had already defined this battle. Even many peerless powerhouses of other races had awakened and headed to the battlefield of the outer regions to watch this battle personally. Such a battle was too shocking, causing everyone to be impulsive. Although the level of this battle wasn't high, their existences were truly unparalleled in a trillion eras. It could be said that the entire universe was going crazy for this battle. Chapter 454. In the central building of the Alchemist Alliance, Lu Feng stood quietly in the meeting hall. At this moment, 8 alchemy grandmasters were standing quietly beside him. They didn't say anything, as they didn't have the right to speak. In front of the 9 of them was a figure standing quietly. The 8 alchemy grandmasters were the most respected people in the world. However, in front of this person, they could only stand respectfully where they were, gazing at this great existence with reverence. This was all because of this person. This person was one of the top 3 alchemy grandmasters in the world. Alchemy Saint Rome. Master, aren't you going to persuade Futu? His opponent is a demon king comparable to an immortal king. That's a taboo king. There are only a few of them in the endless eras of the universe. Although it's only a clone, his clone's strength has already reached the perfect stage. Futu, how could he win? Taratus looked at his master and hesitated for a moment before he spoke up. He thought highly of Lu Feng. In their hearts, Lu Feng was born for the hope of the Tao of alchemy. He was the only one who had the hope of breaking the taboo and shackles and becoming the first divine alchemist after the primordial age of immortals and devils and the era of pills and artifacts. Futu is an alchemy grandmaster. Although he's also a genius and has decent battle strength, compared to an immortal king or a demon king, he's still too far away. Even if they were at the same level, Futu wouldn't have any chance of winning. Furthermore, this demon king's clone has reached the perfect stage. Compared to Futu, he's 2 levels higher. How can he fight? How can he fight? Taratus finally spoke up again when he saw that Alchemy Saint Rong hadn't said anything. He was Alchemy Saint Rong's disciple and the only publicly acknowledged disciple. In front of Alchemy Saint Rong, he wasn't reserved like the others. Therefore, he could speak his mind. However, Alchemy Saint Rong didn't reply. He just looked at Lu Feng quietly, and Lu Feng did the same. Seeing that this wouldn't work, Taratus turned his gaze to Su Ling and Wan Gui. He knew that these 2 people were very close to Lu Feng, and both of them placed the human race in the most important position in their hearts. Therefore, the 2 of them probably didn't want Lu Feng to die. However, when he turned to look at the 2 of them, Wan Gui and Su Ling shook their heads. Their meaning was very clear. The 2 of them would not persuade him, or rather, they could not persuade him at all. Taratus was slightly anxious. However, he had no other choice because on the way back, he had already tried to persuade Lu Feng. Unfortunately, Lu Feng didn't agree to anything and was completely silent. Seeing this, Taratus sighed slightly and didn't say anything else. Lu Feng looked at Taratus with a slightly touched expression. Lu Feng and Taratus had nothing to do with each other, but the Alchemy Master Guild's great elder was willing to persuade him. It was obvious that he was sincerely concerned about him. However, Lu Feng could only apologize for his concern and persuasion. This was because he had no choice but to fight. The atmosphere was extremely silent. After a long time, Alchemy Saint Rome, who hadn't said a word since he arrived, finally spoke. "Have you really made up your mind?" Lu Feng nodded slightly. "I have already thought it through. Moreover, even if I don't, what can I do? How can I refuse their challenge? If I cower, I will have no hope of reaching the peak in this life. This is the martial path I have chosen. If I am not willing to follow it, then what is the point of pursuing it?" Alchemy Saint Rong nodded slightly. He knew that Lu Feng wouldn't change his mind. Wang Gui and Su Ling, who knew Lu Feng's true identity, were the same. Looking at Lu Feng, Alchemy Saint Rong said softly, "You have already reached the level of a spiritual psyche master. Actually, if you wait for a while, you might still have a chance to fight. After all, that is only the Demon King's clone. As for you, together with the real you, you might have a chance against those below the unparalleled realm. It is a pity that time is too short. You have not reached the peak. How can you fight? Hearing Alchemy Saint Rome's words, many alchemy masters were confused. The first half of Alchemy Saint Rome's words had shocked them, but also relieved them. Lu Feng had reached the level of a spiritual psyche master at such a young age. This was indeed shocking. However, when they thought about how Lu Feng was already a peak spiritual psyche master, it made sense. However, Alchemy Saint Rome's words confused many alchemy masters, because what he said, together with the real you, a month's time is enough for me. At this moment, a dazzling light appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. Unknowingly, he had already walked to the front of the alchemy masters and looked directly at Alchemy Saint Rome. This was a kind of confidence that made people subconsciously want to believe. Although many people knew that it was impossible, when they heard these words, they couldn't help but want to believe it. They wanted to believe that it was impossible. Are you that confident? Alchemy Saint Rome looked at Lu Feng. After a moment of silence, he still said what he wanted to say. Lu Feng, on the other hand, had a perfect smile on his face as he gently and solemnly nodded his head. I am confident, because I am Emperor Lu Feng. Many alchemy masters fell silent. They were shocked. At this moment, they finally understood why the immortal king and demon king kept coming here to challenge this unknown Futu. It turned out that he wasn't the Psyche Master Futu at all. He was the one who started the Battle of the Kings, the one who was once hailed as the number one person in the Battle of the Kings, Emperor Lu Feng. Shocking the world. Shocking the world. Martial cultivation was the taboo king, the emperor. As for the Psyche Master, he could suppress hundreds of monsters and geniuses with a wave of his hand. In an era, such an existence was absolutely an existence that could subdue the entire universe. No wonder even the immortal king and demon king came here to challenge you personally. Previously, I thought that the era of the emperor had already passed. With the appearance of the immortal king and demon king, and the appearance of the Futu that the two monsters wanted to challenge personally, the emperor was already a thing of the past. But now I understand. The era of the emperor has just begun. Many people didn't ask Lu Feng why he could still have a sea of consciousness after having a space of consciousness. They wanted to know, but they knew that this was Lu Feng's true secret. These people couldn't say anything. Finally, no one said anything. The Taboo King was the title of the immortal king, demon king, divine king, sage king, and the emperor. Since he had chosen the path of the Taboo King, he wouldn't be afraid of any challenges. Hence, Lu Feng had no choice but to fight. He had no choice but to fight. Alchemist Saint Rome didn't say anything else. He had completely disappeared. However, before he left behind a sentence. That was that from today onwards, the Alchemist Alliance had to do their best to satisfy any request Lu Feng had. Many Grandmasters didn't understand why Alchemist Saint Rome wanted to do this, but they didn't have any doubts. Because this was Alchemist Saint Rome's words. Most of the Grandmasters left. At this moment, only Lu Feng and the two human Grandmasters were left in the conference hall. Looking at Lu Feng, Wan Gue sighed deeply. Lu Feng, don't you think you're being a little too reckless this time? After all, this is the Demon King, who is also a Taboo King. Compared to you, he has already walked on the path of the Taboo King far, far too far. Lu Feng gently shook his head. There was an incomparably confident smile on his face. President, you are right. He is a Taboo King. Like the Immortal King, he has already walked on this path for a very long time. However, I still have a chance of winning. This time, it is the Demon King's clone that has appeared. His main body is probably still in an endless state of recovery, just like the Immortal King said. If it is just a clone, although it has the strength of a perfect level 7, I don't have much to fear. Although Lu Feng had no choice but to fight, he wasn't going to fight blindly. When he agreed, he had already thought it through carefully. The Demon King's clone definitely can't be compared to his main body. Therefore, his strength should be a little stronger than the Sky Dao Crown Prince and Heavenly King of the same level, but not to an outrageous extent. As for me, when I was at the peak evolution stage, I was already strong enough to defeat a Heavenly King in the upheaval stage. At the same time, as long as I reach the peak evolution stage, I shouldn't be much weaker than a Demon King in the upheaval stage. Even if I am weak, I won't be too weak. Wan Gue nodded gently. However, he thought of something else. However, you can't forget one thing, and that is your strength. Although you can challenge a perfect beginner stage Demon King in the realm of a peak upheaval transformation stage martial artist, you are only at the peak evolution stage. As a psychic, you've only just entered the level of a spiritual psychic. There will always be an insurmountable gap between the two of you. This was the most crucial issue. However, Lu Feng still looked confident in this. However, Su Ling and Wan Gue could still vaguely see the slightly crazy color in Lu Feng's eyes. My martial cultivation has already entered the highest realm. Give me a good fight, and I'll be able to enter the true upheaval period of martial artists. As long as I have enough resources, I can become a spiritual force master. In the shortest time possible, I can complete a thorough transformation and become a true pinnacle spiritual force master. I have entered a whole new realm. Even if I am just one big barrier away, I am confident that I can fight. Perhaps my martial cultivation won't be able to enter the peak upheaval stage. It might even be at the initial stage. However, this is already enough. When my martial cultivation and spiritual force cultivation merge, it will be enough for my spiritual force cultivation and martial cultivation to be comparable to the peak realm. In fact, Lu Feng had already noticed this. Back when he had been at the peak evolution stage, he had only broken through to the level of a spiritual force master. However, by relying on the cultivation of a spiritual force master at the initial stage, he had been able to cross 6 levels to fight. Although his power couldn't compare to a pinnacle spiritual force master, Lu Feng had indeed succeeded in matching the strength of a pinnacle spiritual force master. In other words, regardless of whether Lu Feng was a psychic or a martial artist, if he was ahead of the other party in either aspect, then the party with a lower level would, to a certain extent, be able to display the same level of power as the party with a higher level. Although there was still a gap between such strength and the true pinnacle, it was already enough for Lu Fenglai. Chapter 455. Of course, Lu Feng didn't know why either. However, since ancient times, he was the only one who could open up a sea of consciousness and a mind space at the same time. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't study this special ability any further. Therefore, this time, as long as his psychic cultivation reached the peak of spiritual psychic master, his martial strength should also have the strength of a peak upheaval stage warrior, the strength of an ordinary 7th stage epic monster. In addition to the existence of a second soul, Lu Feng believed that he had a chance of winning. All right, Lu Feng, if you need anything during this period of time, we will do our best to help you. Therefore, you don't have to worry about this. Lu Feng was the emperor of the human race, Lu Feng. Even if Pil Saint Rong didn't say those words, they would still do their best to help Lu Feng. Lu Feng didn't reject anything. He looked at the 2 alchemy masters and nodded with a smile. Sitting quietly in the void, Lu Feng had completely calmed down. Indeed, when he said to the Demon King's clone that they would fight again in a month, it was a moment of excitement. This was just like what Lu Feng had said to Taradas before. He was still young, so he was impulsive. However, Lu Feng wasn't completely impulsive. This was because he really wanted this battle. Lu Feng understood that if he relied on endless trials and tribulations, it would be very difficult for him to advance quickly. Advancing from the beginner upheaval stage to the peak upheaval stage was a different process from those realms. One had to know that when he advanced from the beginner upheaval stage to the peak upheaval stage, Lu Feng had experienced hundreds of millions of life and death situations before he was able to do it. Even so, he had finally reached perfection after a life and death battle with the Heavenly King and had the qualifications to advance. Therefore, if he wanted to advance quickly, an opponent like the Demon King was the best choice. Currently, there are two things that I need to do. First, I need to raise my psychic level to the peak of Spiritual Psychic Master quickly. The second point is to raise my martial cultivation to the stage of upheaval. Only by doing both of these things can I have the ability to fight against the Demon King. Neither of these 2 points could be missing. If it was only the advancement of the psychic level, he would probably only be able to rely on his psychic cultivation to fight. At that time, a psychic at the peak of the 6th order would definitely be suppressed if he encountered the Demon King, even if it was only the Demon King's incarnation. If it was just the increase in his martial arts cultivation, then he would only be able to use the power of a beginner-level spiritual reader and an upheaval stage spiritual reader. In that case, the difference between him and the Demon King was an entire level. Just as Lu Feng had thought, he couldn't do without either of them. If he had one less, he wouldn't be able to continue fighting. Therefore, the most important thing for Lu Feng at the moment was to raise his psychic level. If you really want to calculate the time, it should be enough. Lu Feng nodded gently. He had already decided what to do first. After taking out his identification card, Lu Feng hesitated for a bit before contacting Patriarch Lu Mu, whom he had been in contact with before. Soon, after Lu Feng's request for communication was sent out, a three-dimensional projection appeared above the identification card. Patriarch Lu Mu looked at Lu Feng with a solemn expression. Although Lu Feng had invited the Demon King to fight, the shocking battle that would take place in a month had only happened 2 hours ago. However, in just 2 hours, all the powerful forces in the entire universe had received the news. The Lu family was naturally the same. Lu Mu hesitated for a bit as he looked at Lu Feng. "Young master, what kind of help do you need this time?" He didn't try to persuade Lu Feng not to fight, nor did he ask why Lu Feng wanted to fight. All he asked at the start was what kind of help Lu Feng needed. This was the Lu family. This was the Human King's Lu family. To the Lu family, everything was in vain. Once they decided to fight, nothing else mattered. The nobility of their bloodline gave them the greatest glory. Therefore, they wouldn't care too much about anything else after returning. Ignite my blood and move forward courageously. This was the spirit of the Human King's Lu family. Lu Feng nodded gently. "Patriarch, I need elixirs now. It would be best if they were grade 5 and above. I wonder how many of them the Lu family has." In the Alchemist Alliance, elixirs could be said to be limitless. Alchemist Sage Rong had said this before. Before the battle with the Demon King, Lu Feng's intentions were his intentions. As long as Lu Feng needed something, the Alchemist Alliance would do their best to provide it. However, Lu Feng only felt this way. He didn't really intend to obtain anything from the Alchemist Alliance. The Alchemist Alliance was always the Alchemist Alliance. He was different from the Lu family. Lu Feng's surname was Lu. No matter what, his relatives were all part of the Lu family. And those people in the Lu family had the same blood as him. Therefore, Lu Feng would rather ask the Lu family for help than take those elixirs from the Alchemist Alliance. Lu Mu nodded gently and asked directly, "Then, young master, how many do you need?" If necessary, the Lu family can mobilize more than 1,000,000 grade 6 elixirs in an instant. Give us some time, and we can get as many elixirs as you want. In an instant, Lu Feng's eyes were slightly dazed. 1,000,000 grade 6 elixirs. This was a terrifying number. A grade 6 elixir was worth trillions of billions, and 1,000,000 elixirs were worth billions of divine item points. Of course, if it was really calculated like this, then the value of 1,000,000 grade 6 elixirs was far from what divine item points could measure. The human monarch's Lu family was indeed shocking. Lu Feng shook his head gently and said, "I don't need that many, old ancestor Lu Mu. I need about a few hundred elixirs. Plus, grade 5 elixirs are enough. Relying on these elixirs, I think I can quickly become a pinnacle spiritual telekinesis master." Lu Mu nodded gently. Lu Feng hesitated for a moment before he finally said, "Also, if possible, bring 8 pinnacle grade 8 divine items." Lu Feng wanted to use the remaining time to enter the realm of time again and undergo a thorough transformation. Lu Mu was silent. 8 pinnacle grade 8 divine items were a terrifying amount of resources even for the Lu family. But soon, Lu Mu nodded his head gently. "No problem, young master. I will personally come to the Alchemist Alliance in 3 days at most. Do you have any other needs?" Lu Feng thought for a moment. After confirming that there was nothing else he needed, he finally shook his head gently. He ended the video call. Lu Feng once again fell in a deep thought. Now, he wanted to calculate everything to the point that he had no room for error. After all, his opponent was the Demon King. If he couldn't win this battle, he would die. Opening the realm of time and 8 pinnacle grade 8 divine items can guarantee me at least 1,000 days of independent time. This time is enough for me to improve my understanding of the martial path to the limit. During this time, I can also study those cultivation techniques and improve my only honor by 9 times. It's a pity that I have just become a spiritual telekinesis master. Even if I have enough time, I won't be able to advance further. Otherwise, this battle wouldn't be difficult at all. According to the calculation speed, 1,000 days of cultivation in the realm of time was enough for his second primordial spirit to reach great success. Great success also meant that Lu Feng could enter the level of a spiritual telekinesis master. However, Lu Feng understood that things weren't like this. Although the primordial scripture could be advanced as long as one understood it, there were certain restrictions. For Lu Feng, who had just broken through, even if he had enough time, he wouldn't be able to advance due to his unstable foundation. If there really weren't these restrictions, as long as there were enough divine items, wouldn't I be able to become a virtual emperor in the shortest time possible by waiting quietly in the realm of time and cultivating? He shook his head with a chuckle. Lu Feng knew that it was impossible, so he just wanted to play around. Moreover, Lu Feng vaguely had a strange feeling. That was, whether it was the great devil true body or the primordial scripture, it wasn't suitable to be too far apart. The 2 great cultivation techniques had to be synchronized as much as possible. Lu Feng slowly stood up from his cross-legged position and started to think again. He knew that it would take at least 3 days for Ancestor Lu Mu to deliver the elixirs. Therefore, in these 3 days, he wouldn't have the support of his family. According to the speed at which I absorb the elixirs, after absorbing these hundreds of elixirs, it would take about 10 days to advance to the level of a peak spiritual reader master. It would take another 15 days to enter the realm of time. In other words, I only have 15 days at most to make a breakthrough in martial arts. Fortunately, after the battle with the Heavenly King, my great devil true body has entered the most perfect realm. Even if I were to fight with an evenly matched opponent, I would still be able to advance. However, such an opponent requires me to really let go of everything and go all out. Such an opponent can only be encountered by chance and not sought. Therefore, I can only do this. In order to break through, Lu Feng really didn't care about anything else. The next moment, he took out his identity card again. This time, Lu Feng contacted Wang Gui, who had just left. In the endless void of the universe, in this place full of the most terrifying attractive force, Lu Feng and Wang Gui stood quietly. However, the 2 of them looked completely different. Wang Gui was extremely indifferent, but there was a hint of admiration on his face. As for Lu Feng, at this moment, his expression was extremely ugly. Lu Feng's body was being pulled endlessly. This was a terrifying place that could even devour souls. As for Lu Feng, he was being pulled endlessly, enduring everything. This was the real original universe, but it wasn't a good place. Ordinary gods wouldn't come here because the slightest carelessness would lead to complete annihilation, and there wouldn't even be a chance to escape. This was because this was the edge of the black hole. Lu Feng practiced the great devil true body. If he wanted to break through, of course, endless collisions and experiences of life and death were the fastest. However, in addition to this, endless tribulations were also one of the ways to practice. If it had been before the battle with the Heavenly King, Lu Feng might not have been able to succeed by relying on these tribulations and pain. However, after that battle, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Golden Body, Great Demon Realm, so relying on these tribulations was enough. 3 days ago, after Lu Feng had contacted Wang Gui, he had asked him to bring him here. Lu Feng wanted to rely on the terrifying tribulations of this black hole to allow himself to truly advance and become a warrior during the upheaval period. In this place, Lu Feng had already endured an entire day of torment. Although he still hadn't broken through, Lu Feng had already felt the net vase loosening. He knew that he wasn't far away from advancing. Looking at the endless dark world in front of him, Lu Feng exhaled softly. A rare flush appeared on his pale face. Finally, Lu Feng stood up slowly. At this moment, there was a resolute look on his pale face. He looked at Wang Gui, who was beside him, and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he spoke slowly. "President, I can indeed break through here, but it's too slow. I don't have that much time." Wang Gui was silent. He didn't know what kind of cultivation technique Lu Feng was practicing, so he couldn't give any suggestions at all. When Lu Feng saw Wang Gui's appearance, he just smiled lightly. He knew that Wang Gui had misunderstood, but Lu Feng didn't explain anything else. "President, in a moment, I will enter a state of extreme limits. I want to enter a deeper place to practice. I hope that if I can't hold on before I am completely swallowed by this black hole, you can intervene and drag me out." That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.